And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing.
Hello, welcome. We're happy to join you today for a special broadcast. We are going to cover the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. It's going to be a party, a debate watch party, and we want you to be part of it. We're going to analyze what is going on and the implication for us as Africans, as Nigerians. We're going to look at the issues in the debate from all the angles. So we invite you to join us for this conversation. Welcome. All right. It's been quite a day. A lot of things are going on around the world, but for some reason, this is where everybody's attention is here in America. And somewhere at the Constitution National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, the two candidates, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, will meet.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my goodness. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, we got to get to some business. We got to get to some business. Okay, thank you all. Okay, thank you, 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 please, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President, Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked one.
All right. Welcome. I can see Ikolala. How are you?
I'm well, Dr. Rudolph. Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to
After
see
a
you.
long while.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while.
Oh, yes.
Are you ready for today's party?
It's late here, so I just see how long I can stand it for. Um, but I believe I don't know what time the debate is. Is it in the next 1 hour?
No, it's in the next hour and 50 something minutes, maybe
Yeah,
40.
it's in about, in the next. I'll
40.
see. It's 2 o'clock. I know.
Yeah.
I'll just see if I'm still awake and ready to
But
get on.
what are you expecting? What is your expectations?
I think President Trump is going to do well because he's got the issues are not new to him. It's something that he's been talking about for a very long time of his life, and he's seen it, he's witnessed it, he's lived it. So the questions aren't going to seem strange to him. But on the other with the other party, I think they are newcomers to the issues. So this is why you see the serious flip flops on most of the things, issues, and the policies. So I don't expect it to be like President Biden's debate, because I mean she'll be fluent, she'll be very fluent to the point. It's now left for you to understand the topics, to be sure you are being told what is true and what is not true.
Well, what are the issues that you are looking at that you're interested in?
Well, my major issues is about the wars, the war troubled nations. If I could have anyone that could bring a stop to most of the chaos. That is fine because I mean it's is order is good. Order is good and godly, but chaos is evil. So if anyone can bring a stop to it, I think that is what we need to see, and that is what we need to back. Because I mean, look at it. You cannot visit some beautiful cities in the world anymore. You can't go to Afghanistan, you can't go to Libya, you can't go to Syria, and these places are very lovely places to visit if you listen to the people who come from there. So, but it's been ravaged by one war or the other. Even Ukraine, it's been ravaged by one war or the other. And then these are man-made destructions. So, I mean, add man-made destructions to nature's destructions. I mean, so what's left? You're just going to be, even if you have the resource, you're just going to be a rat in your hole and live there and that is all you know. But they have the resource to go and see these places because they're going to be the powerful and the well resourced are going to be well looked after. The security is going to be high. It is just you and me that cannot see these things. I might never see these things because we don't have the security and we don't have the resource. So yeah, I would love anyone who can bring peace to the world. So we can see things. I mean, nothing stops us from visiting North Korea one day in our lifetime and see how the people live. And it's not for us. It's not for us to tell them whether how they live is good or bad. I mean, it's them for make up their mind to say, "Hey, I don't want to live like this anymore." But I mean, it's for us to go and see how they live and appreciate things they have and what we don't have.
As an African, what are you going to listen for? What are your expectations?
As an African, I have never expected uh, the developed nations to go against their interests and look after Africa. I mean, that would be very naive. That would be very naive. I only look out for what is policies that would not take Africa backwards because the development and progress of Africa is mainly for Africans to look out for and go for. So I just look out for anything. I don't expect them to say anything that is that I mean, all African leaders are in China now, looking for handouts. But it's just going to be debt burden anyway. So I don't look for when it comes to their policies. I don't look out for anything that would uh, bring Africa forward. But I just look out for those that I'm sure, would not help Africa in any way. So the progress of Africa is left for Africans and their leaders.
All right. Thank you, Kolola. Let's welcome KJ. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Welcome, KJ.
Hey, Kolala, good to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you.
Dr. Damages, it's good to see you again.
Nice to see you, KJ. So,
Yes.
you're ready for the party?
I am fully ready, looking forward to it. The whole world have been bubbling, waiting for this day.
And your man is ready to.
Oh no, I don't have any dog in the fight. Yeah, you know me, I'm just a curious journalist who, research into all kinds of talk. Not necessarily because I'm interested, but maybe just to have an overview of what's going on in the world and make my own informed decision.
Okay, so let's look at give us an overview of what you expect to see. Um, the analysts are all over the place saying that Trump will obviously tie Kamala to Biden and all the issues where the American people feel that Biden has failed: immigration, inflation, foreign policy, the wars. and that Kamala will also, on her part, will try to present a picture of Trump as someone who is unreliable, chaotic, who is a threat to democracy, and on the issue of reproductive rights, which is abortion issue, that she has advantage over there. What else are you expecting?
Yeah, you've virtually touched all what is, as what's going to be at play basically. Trump. Okay, let me start from Kamala Harris, who I invariably like so much. In fact, I I thought she was going to go beyond where she went to in the last debate when she was running for presidency, but she didn't, unfortunately. And now she's here second time around, having not um, gone through any known primaries, no broadcasting for her, but here we are. She's on top of the ticket. What I'm thinking, this aside, Dr. Damages, I'm thinking that these guys are taking their playbook from Nigeria. I think the Nigerian politicians are beginning to spoil this guy because the more you look, the less you understand. Anyway, to the real deal. Yeah, she is a formidable opponent. I must say that anybody who takes her for granted is taking is at his own peril. You know why? Because she's a lawyer, and so lawyers are good listeners, and they can, formulate an idea, out of whatever you are saying. So if she's a careful listener, if I were her, I'm going to listen to Trump every word he says, and I'm going to dash, pounce on that and make my own argument. Is she coming from a very weak point? Yes, because she is currently the vice president of the party who is in charge, and they have made so many statements in the past. In that at that time these statements were made, it was to her advantage because she says, "I'm the last person in the room with Joe Biden, so before he takes any decision, we both sit down and own the decision." So it's going to be difficult for her to run away from that. Okay, that's one. Two, yes, recently also she went a little bit a little bit further away. I mean, towards Trump by even adapting the fact that she now welcomes building of the the walls. She now welcomes tips. Okay, one of the policies she had adapted, and some people are thinking, come off this. This has been what this man has been shouting over many years. How come you're just waking up to this at this point? So it's going to be difficult for her to keep that argument to herself, to own it. And then, but here is again where she will have a lot of points on her side. They have invariably been able to argue that that the reason why Roe v. Wales fell was because of Trump. So he also is not going to be able to run away from that point. It's going to be pinned on him, even though even now he has said he supports IVF and that he is even going to make sure anybody who wants to go for IVF will go for that free of charge. But the truth remains, even that is just yesterday. And I say maybe because because of the Kennedy that has joined him, and so maybe that is Kennedy's idea and the reason why they are going together. So it's possible because Kennedy has also that kind of idea running for him. So now for Donald Trump, he has an advantage because he's an old horse. He already knows the turns and the twists. He understands where to keep, where to move and how to attack. And we can't take it away. He's a TV personality. It's just like going to meet John Wayne and say, "Can you take a part for me?" And you are trying to teach him how to move on stage. No, he already knows how to move on stage. So because of that advantage, he is going to be more prepared. Whether he can control his mannerism, whether he can control not insulting her, whether he can control to be just a mature debater, will give him the advantage or disadvantage. But if I was to be in his team, I would say to him, you know what? Go in there. Don't debate her as you are debating another debater, because right now they'll be looking for your flaws. Those are your flaws. You don't respect women, even though we're not supposed to be dealing with, what do you call it now? Gender here. Okay, even though there's not supposed to be any gender now because there's gender equality, but they're going to look at it as you are being disrespectful to women. So if I was to advise, I would say, to go to her, debate with her very respectfully. Don't insult her. Don't say she's a dumb ass. Don't say any of those words. Just debate her as you debate and be very careful with your words. Don't jump on her. Don't try to overshadow what she's saying. Just allow her express herself. And you also express yourself when it is your turn. If they go in that direction, we all will enjoy the debate. And at the end of the day, may the best man win.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Let's welcome Ike. Welcome to the show.
Dr. Rudolph, good evening, and KJ, my brother. Allah, God bless you. How are you, everybody?
We're good.
Okay.
Welcome, Ike.
Yes, God bless you.
So, Ike, you're watching from the beautiful island of, I forgot the name now. But I know it's a beautiful island. What are people saying there? What do they care over there? Oh, Bonet, yeah. You actually it's on your tag. I forgot. Okay, go ahead.
Normally, whether you are interested or you're not interested, American politics always affect every landscape in the world. Whether you're interested or you're not interested, at the end of the day, whatever happens in America reflects everywhere around the world. So it doesn't matter if the people are not paying attention. But what we know is that there is an election in November in America, and whatever happens in America is reflects everywhere. So only few people who the island where I live, people are not really in tune with politics. The only politics they play here is about the Dutch politics and European politics. So American politics, they are not interested. Only few people, like as I just said, but it affects everybody. So if anybody is not interested, I'm interested because before Biden dropped out, I told some of my friends in the US that was about 6 months ago that Biden is going to drop out of the race. And they were telling me, I know, but he cannot drop out of the race. Why would he? He's healthy. I said, listen, I'm not God. And I'm not a doctor and I'm not a physician. But I am looking at Biden that he might not be able to stay another 4 years in office, right? So I think that
the reason why I feel like right now that I cannot be with a man or I cannot keep a man is because I'm looking for a man with a very high Q level.
something is talking somewhere.
I think it is Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages playing with his gadgets.
No, not me. No.
No, it's not the damages. It's a pop-up that came up on my screen.
Okay.
I see.
Okay. So what am I trying to say is that I did tell people 6 months ago that Biden is going to drop out. And when after his last debate with Trump, before then, let me tell you, Trump has never won any election debate. He has never won anybody. He's a very good debater, but he has never won. He has never been any debate that he came out winning. Only this last one. Because Biden is no more the Biden we used to know. So to go back to what I'm trying to say, I did tell people that he's going to drop out. And I did tell people when he dropped out that Kamala Harris is going to be the next president of America. So the day he dropped out finally, some of my friends, they were calling me, both those in Nigeria and those people that I've told about this before. They say, hey, Ike, are you a prophet? And I say, I am not a prophet, but I know I'm a servant of God, but I'm not a prophet. But I just feel it in my spirit that this man cannot stay 4 years anymore. So I listen. I am anxiously waiting, not because of the debate. Whatever happens to the debate doesn't change my mind or what I feel or what I think or what my impulses are concerning the American election. If you want to talk about this debate, I want to tell you that if you are following this American politics, Kamala Harris is a prosecutor, he's a lawyer. He knows her game. He's a lady that can put you on your toes, right? But you know, the man you're trying to debate is KJ was reading out what he's supposed to do. His impulses can never allow him to do those things you're talking about, because that's the only area he enjoys. He enjoys calling people names. You know, he enjoys insulting people. He enjoys talking anyhow. And that's what the MAGA community like him for, right? So, but I think that for me personally, I'm not looking at this debate that is what is going to be the outcome of the election. I am telling you that Kamala is going to be the next president of America. Doesn't matter what Trump says or does. Doesn't matter doesn't matter whatever he does in this debate. He's not going back to the White House. He can never stand before the American seal anymore. He can never. This is the beginning of reconstruction of Republican Party, because he's going to lose this election. And I am telling you that 85% of Republicans that are not talking want him to lose this election. Not just to lose, but to lose it big, so that they can reconstruct their party, so that they can recover the Republican Party, rebuild the party, and become a conservative that they used to be, right? Because what they have now is MAGA. Trump is the owner of the Republican Party. No other person can say anything. So for me personally, I am glued to my television. I'm going to watch the debate, but listen, my mind is made up. Nothing changes that.
Thank you so much. The polls are all over the places. If you look at the polls that are coming out recently, in fact, on today's New York Post, they published a poll saying that Trump is surging, that he has a 14 points advantage with independents, and the Latinos shifted 19 points towards Donald Trump. That is what New York Post is reporting today. Of course, you find other polls saying that he's still below 46% of the population voting for him. As far as Harris, she went up after the convention by a little bit. She came down. At this point, she's also within the 46-47 margin if you add up all the pollings. But what people are saying is that what will determine who will win is who will come out to vote. There are new voters who are registering. Who will they decide to vote for? And just like it was during Obama's time, the first time, there was this concern that when voters get to the polling booths, that's when they will decide what they will do. That what they are telling people that call them at home for the sampling may not be what will happen. So it's going to be a long night on November 5th when Americans will vote, and that's about 60 days from now. All right. Now, let me ask you guys, as I'm really interested in what we are looking as Nigerians abroad or Africans abroad. What are we looking at? What is our concern? There is this story that came out yesterday, I believe, about the vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party, J.D. Vance, was saying that Haitian immigrants in Ohio, where he's from, that they were eating pets, basically grabbing pets from people's homes and eating. Whether we like it or not, there is this idea that the parties and their relationship with Africa, not just in silly things like those stories, but also economic relationship and political relationship, especially with China's interest in Africa. Who do you think? Now, Trump did not go to Africa throughout the time he was president. I don't even think he has ever been to Africa. No, but not that you need to be there physically to do things or to do harm or to do good. But who do you think will be more favorable to Africans or African interests? KJ.
Okay, thank you again. And like I said, you in this evening, look at me as an independent. I have no party. I say it again for the purpose of those who probably want to put me in one side of the divide or the other. I have no party. I have no sympathy for anybody because at the end of the day, the politics is going to be for the betterment of their country, America. It's not going to be for the African interest. Look, where we thought when Obama was winning, we said, "Oh, Obama is going to be the one who will now tell them, put them in their right place, and probably even allow African countries to develop on, their resources and move by themselves." But it became worse. If you remember, I have a video of Jonathan talking about how Obama himself even decided to make a video against him, even without hearing from him, and sent John Kerry to the north, had meetings with the 19 state governors, and never showed up in Aston Villa. Far from there, he left for America. And I'm at the time this happened, I was so angry. I said to myself, that's why they say people from the south don't know how to use power. If not me, that's the last time that guy. In fact, I no go fly out. I'll make sure that he goes to prison. I'm telling you the truth, because that was an affront to Nigeria as a sovereignty.
Now,
And
but hold on, KJ.
Yes.
You can't say things like this. What will you do? Just imagine that the American Secretary of State came into Nigeria. You are going to detain him?
No, you will not. Listen, if he didn't, because there's no way that will happen in America. It's just like now, one man sits in China, in Beijing, and then takes all the African presidents, and we all, queue up and go and meet them. When shall we now become nations of equals? When? You can't do that.
No, I understand you. What I'm saying is,
what I'm saying is that even though he doesn't want to detain him, or not even going to detain him, but Nigeria will have taken a stand that cannot be repeated. Let me tell you something. Let us leave that now. All I'm trying to say in essence is this: whether Madam wins or Oga wins, is for the interest of their nation. None of them is going to do anything better for Africa. The highest they can do is to give us more extended visa, just like it did for Kenya. And then those of us who accept that we have more than two genders, maybe have more, largesse coming our way. But at the end of the day, it is going to be our resources that will still pay for those things. So let us say that we're just watching this to be able to know how Africa can now begin to shape ourselves down to, to the rhythm of whatever the person is going to play, but not because it's going to change anything, or move the needle to any side. No, I don't think so.
all right, thank you. Kolola, see how the world is waiting for these debates to watch it. But when we come to Africa, especially Nigeria, we think it's okay not to have debates with presidential candidates can decide not to debate, and we think it's okay. I wanted to look at this anticipation of this debate and also connect it to what should be what Africans can look at and learn from this, if there is any.
Oh, thank you again, Dr. Damages. You see, someone was telling me about how President Tinubu is making life tough for them in Nigeria about last week. And I said, don't blame him. He never promised you anything. He never came on any platform and promised you anything. So I don't know what you're expecting from him. So this actually comes to your question. You see, we need to learn to hold our leaders accountable, because if we held our leaders account, it's all this debate is for you to, say it's a sort of evidence, it's a sort of you have been a witness to say, okay, this is what you promised us. You have failed to do this and to do that and to do this. But we let our own leaders just go through the whole process without even telling us anything. So when they get there, they have the right to do whatever they want as it stands because they've not promised you anything, you know. So I think debate is a very good event, and it brings. It's not only that you have the chance to listen to your leaders; it brings the interest, the populace interest into politics. What is happening? Imagine, okay, we don't know about this debate this evening, but it's going to be on the news all through tomorrow. So some people who just want to watch their soap operas and go to bed would see it, and then that would bring their interest into politics. Because at the end of the day, I always tell anyone who cares to listen, politics is every part of our life. Where you sleep, where you work, what you do, what your aspirations are, it's everything. So if you decide not to play a part in it, you leave a vacuum. And nature never allows a vacuum. If you don't pay interest to what matters to you, some people who don't have the ability, the capacity to actually direct your future, direct your life, will take advantage of it, and you keep crying wolf while it's all your fault at the end of the day because you never paid attention when it's like a child in a class that never paid attention when the teacher is teaching, and then he fails an exam, and then he says, "Oh, why didn't the teacher teach me?" You know. So yeah, debates are very good.
All right. Thank you. Ike.
Just like partially what KJ said, Trump said Africa is an asshole. Is ash what did he say? Asshole or what is that? What did he call Africans? You know?
Shithole countries.
Shithole countries, right?
Mm.
This is a man who has never seen suffering in his entire life. This is a man that was already made even from his mother's womb. So he has no respect for anybody. If you were thinking he's going to go to Africa, what is he going to Africa? He has called you what you are. So, like KJ said, it's just the debate they're trying to do. I personally do not see the economic or the political interest that is beneficial to Africa, right? It's the same old games, trying to, put their influences around the world, competing with China, trying to look other countries they want to recolonize again in African continent, right? Those who are ready to bow down to them, right? Like Nigeria that are chasing loan everywhere. Even they can go to Malaysia even to get loan. They can go to, Turkey to get loan. All is important is get the money, right? So to me personally, I'm only enjoying American politics, for people to see what politics is all about. Is a game that you have to be able to convince people what you want to do for them. Like KJ said, their campaign is for what they want to do to Americans. If they come about foreign policy, the foreign policy is always based on what their own interest first before the people they are trying to extend hands of friendship outside America. So to me personally, I think it's a way to let the independent and the undecided voters in America see them, and maybe we'll give them an informing opportunity to make their decision before November who they have to vote.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Ernest, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. I just want to emphasize some things. The last speaker that spoke about how Obama government interfered with Nigerian election or good Lord Jonathan's government. But the truth is that it was Jonathan's fault. In fact, when Yaradua was sick or when he died, that Jonathan wanted to contest for his re-election in 2011. Jonathan actually went to United States and endorsed him. And I remember Jonathan said there's no constitution in Nigeria that stopped him from running. And America approved it. He came back, he contested and win. So the problem started during Boko Haram. America wanted Jonathan government to treat Boko Haram as a terrorist organization. But Kwankwaso and northern leaders, they don't want that. So they were pressuring Jonathan that he will lose his second tenure if we declared Boko Haram terrorist organization. I remember the U.S. Secretary of State came to Nigeria. It was a woman then, and Jonathan had a meeting with her. And Jonathan told her that Boko Haram are not terrorist organization, and the woman left very angry. And that was when American government changed their policy towards Jonathan's government. From there, they wanted to remove Jonathan. So Jonathan was a confused man as a president. But let's leave that aspect. So everything that happens to him between him and America, it was his fault. So he started focusing his policy towards China instead of America. So America got angry with him. Coming to American debate, Kamala and Trump. Number one is that it is difficult for a woman to win presidential election in US. What will happen is that this election will be like Trump and Clinton, the wife of the Hillary Clinton. So it may end up like that. If like this rating they're saying maybe is too close to call. If that is the case, Trump will win. So and this debate already America is a little bit like Nigeria. They are religious and they somehow believe in male supremacy over women. Forget about their development and everything. But if you go to American culture, they rate men above women per se. So Trump is likely to win. Coming to how it will affect the whole world, it depends. Democrats, their policy favors China, but they're against Russia. And but other people, their policy favors Russia. So if Trump wins, Russia will like Trump to win, but China will like Kamala Harris to win. The whole world, apart from that, will like Kamala to win because she's easier to deal with compared to Trump. Personally, I want somebody that will give us Biafra. I want a president of America that will support Simon Ekpa's quest for Biafra. I am tired of Nigeria. So let's divide Nigeria into anyhow we want to divide it so that we have rest of mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ernest. Kenneth, welcome.
Yes, Dr. Damages, good evening. Good to see you again. Good evening, everyone.
This is your day, big day.
Yes, we are ready. TV is set. We are waiting for the time, 9 p.m. So that we'll see how capable some people are. It's not about talk. It's about telling us what you have done in the last 4 years or 3 years plus that you've been the vice president. So the question here is, in America, we have one pressing issue. I don't care where you belong to, whether you are Democrat, Republican, or independent. But there is one particular issue that is affecting everybody, which is the economy. The price of food is skyrocketing. Gas, everything is just going up the sky. But the issue here is that we had Trump. During Trump, the economy was a lot better. The polls are saying it. I'm not the one making it up. Then today, in the latest polls, we've seen where it's going towards Trump, that Trump will do better in the economy, immigration, virtually almost everything except abortion. Now, we've seen a candidate, on the other hand, whose only policy or only manifesto is about abortion and human rights. And I beg to ask, is abortion our problem in this country? Is it the economy or abortion? Is the question that you have to ask yourself if you go out there to vote. Are you voting because you want abortion to be so common? Or you are voting because you want the economy to be good so that you'll be able to afford your healthcare, you'll be able to afford the food on your table, you'll be able to afford a shelter. Last time we were lied to, a lot of us were deceived that our student loan will be forgiven. And because of that, people that don't think deep queue up and voted for 419 people, original 419, which are the Democrats. And today, again, they are touting that they will give you $25,000 as a first home buyer. I don't know where they are getting this. And I think because of this, some people that don't think deep are queuing up. Oh, we're going to vote for her. Oh, she's going to give us $25,000, blah, blah, blah. Not knowing that as she gives you that $25,000, which I know she's not going to give you, the price of homes will get up to maybe $100,000 additional. So you deal with the remaining $75,000. It's a year points to give and take. Now, you asked a question about the relationship with these clowns when it comes to Africa. And my question is, do we really need them in Africa in the first place? When Obama was the president, Obama frequents Africa, but what did he offer to Africans? What was his contribution to Africa? He went to Kenya, his father's homeland. The only thing that he brought to Kenya is trying to force them to accept gay rights. He went to Libya. He didn't go to Libya. He sent some people to Libya. What did he achieve? Set one guy up, And then he went to Ghana. What did he achieve in Ghana? Forcing them to accept gay rights. Then he went to Nigeria, which he sent his errand boy then, John Kerry, right? What happened? They colluded with the northern leaders and kicked Jonathan out. And then I don't want to say things on the live show here, but we know how empowered Boko Haram became after he left Nigeria. And a lot of lives were dealt with. So see, the thing is, I don't support a candidate based on the candidate's political affiliation. I support candidates that we share common, should I use ideology? I cannot be voting for you because you're going to encourage our girls, our women, to be sleeping around recklessly, getting pregnant, being pregnanted and committing abortion. While on the other hand, you cannot even assist those that cannot afford common health care. You cannot assist them. They must, be able to afford their own health care. But you are quick to offer money for abortion and for drug. So what are you teaching our children? Encouraging them to become drug addicts, encouraging them to be a shower everywhere, sleeping around, getting pregnant, and aborting it. Is that what you're encouraging them? So this is why me, Kenneth, I'm supporting a candidate that go against all these moral verses.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Just a point of correction. You mentioned that the Democrats promised student loan forgiveness.
Yes.
And they did not deliver.
Yeah.
You know why they did not deliver?
No, I know from the day he made mention of that, I said this guy is just making promises that he will not be able to accomplish, because I know he's a 419 just to deceive us. He cannot do it. They know from onset that they cannot achieve this. They will go to court, and you are owing a debt. You have to pay your debt, man.
No, but I wanted to know whether you know why it didn't go through.
I know.
Can I say it? Why? He just asked me a question. Why did they?
No, he said, "Do I know?" And I said, "Yes, I know."
Then let us know. Tell us why.
Then it's up to him to ask that. To ask me to let him know, to say it. Then I will say it.
So the point I'm trying to make is that
I cannot say what they did not ask me.
I just want to make sure that people know. I'm
Yeah, I know.
Dr.
Yeah,
Rudolph,
we
I know, but it's
I
419
think Dr.
deception.
Damages is trying to play. Dr. Damages is trying to play politics with Kene. What Kene is saying is that what Kene is saying. Let me tell you what Kene is saying perfectly in plain man's language is that you know that the stream will carry you away if you try to cross it, and then you go and promise that you are going to cross the stream, you are going to carry everybody and cross the stream. Then when you get to the stream and you see the flood, you say no, you know it is because the flood was so high. That is
Exactly,
why.
You know.
Let me give my opinion to it.
No. I hold on. Let's get to other people. We'll come back to you. The flagship. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, and good evening to you, gentlemen, and everybody in the comment section.
Good evening, flagship. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too. How have you been? It's been a while. The big day is here today, and everybody seems to be prepping and getting ready to be glued to their TV sets for the next 1 hour, maybe two after the debate to look through the analysis of what may take place today or what will take place today. For me, it's my expectations are not too much because I really do not take the words of politicians seriously when it's pre-election time, debates, campaigns, and all the promises they make, because they are quick to make promises knowing that they can't fulfill it, or it's not just going to be a smooth sail where they say, I will do, for example, the student loan that Kenneth brought up when Joe Biden promised. I believe if it was within his capacity as president, he would forgive those loans. But of course, the Supreme Court is there, the judges are there, everybody else is there. It's got to go through a process, and it's not that easy. So when they make these statements, it's left to you to really read in between the lines, think through it, and make your decisions and see if this is something he can straight up do either by executive power or whatever means he wants to, if it's really achievable. So I really don't take campaign promises that serious. But what I look for in today's debate are policies. I really want to see where their thought is, or where their mind is with reference to policies that surround the economy, first of all, in the US, and if they are concerned about the global economy and what their plans are to do or make changes to it. Believe it or not, there's a lot of changes and movements that's going on globally, economically, that's changing things here and there, and it's affecting everybody. So I want to hear what they have to say about that. First of all, how they will make sure that the American economy will not be that much affected, or if they can, bring it up better than it is now to where we won't feel the pinch if something should go wrong. The other part is security, military strength. What are their thoughts? What are they thinking about? How are they planning to keep America's strength strong, both internally and globally? Just recently, we had a global IT issue that took place. There are so many conspiracies that went with that, from those who say it's just China trying to take over, to those who say no, it's just some kind of global test to see if they still have control, whatever it is. But we know what the consequence of that was. I travel for work. I remember the impact that had on flights, movements, and all of that. If these are global challenges or confrontations or practices that one country or the other is trying to practice, knowing that the world is fastly moving into this AI tech stuff, where everything will pretty much be automated or controlled by machines. What are we doing? Where do we stand when it comes to global involvement in that aspect? I want to hear more about that. Now, with reference to Africa and Africans, both here in America and in Africa, I want to know really what their plans are to bring Africans shoulder to shoulder to see Africans for who we really are, and not people that can be fed with what do you call it, loans or I've forgotten the word that I want to use, but that Africans are not just the receive people and do not have a say when it comes to global affairs. You know, I was reading a little excerpt this week, and the writer was talking about how things have changed in terms of the relationship between the West and the rest of the continents. The West being the US, China, Europe, and the rest of them. Over the centuries and decades, how they have changed significantly. However, the relationship between the West and Africa has always remained the same. It hasn't changed at all.
Yeah,
Africa seemed to be the mining ground for whatever resource they need. What are they planning to do? What are they going to do within the next 4 years or 8 years, whatever time they be in office, or whoever wins the election? What and how are they going to relate with Africa? What is it going to look like? Are we still going to be the yes boy kind of continent where they go to and dictate and tell what they want and push their policies without sitting down to talk about intellectual capacity? We sit down shoulder to shoulder to them on the same table and be involved in global policies and decisions that are being made. So I want to hear them talk about that, where Africa stands in the relationship between the West and Africa, Nigeria most especially, and the United States, and what they think about the kind of democracy that is being practiced in Nigeria. And I want to hear them talk about if they are good or okay with the way African leaders are treating their people, subjecting them to whatever they want to, and if they're satisfied with that. So these are many more of what I'm looking for, and hoping that whoever the moderator is would ask questions regarding those and hear what their responses are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, the flagship. We have less than an hour to go before the debate, and CM, welcome to the show.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. I think this is the first time I'm seeing you. So I will say, I will say whatever it is that kept you away, I will want that thing not to try it anymore. Because
Thank you. Thank you.
if it's not Rudolph, it can never be Rudolph. if Rudolph is not there, Rudolph is not there. So
thank you.
Thank you. Thank God you are back. More grease to your elbows. Actually, well, some housekeeping or some this thing up front. I do not live in United States. I think I'm the only person here. Kenya is in US, the state of Georgia. I don't know where Ikolala lives. Rudolph is a blue state. Even if Rudolph, New York brings a cockroach, Democrat must win. So whatever it is,
So
you don't need.
first of all, hold on. CM, Ikolola is in the UK, I think. Ike is not in the US. But it's not also true that we vote for Democrats. We've had governors here who are Republicans.
We are talking about the real deal. Which one? Who is interested? we are talking of the most difficult job in the world. It's not the governor of New York. It's the man in Washington. That's the way they say. Anyway, so having said that, okay, here Ikolala is also in the UK, which is of interest. What am I expecting from US election? It hasn't changed. I always want America to lead. I don't know why. I want a strong America in world politics. Not because they're always doing maybe what they call the right things, unquote, but I feel that people see America as the land of opportunity. And people see America as a beacon of hope. So because of that, I always expect America to field a strong leader, not really to the one that will decimate the world, but the one that will sort of lead the free world and the democratic world. So in coming today between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, one has had an experience about the office. One is coming with at least 4 years of experience as the commander in chief. Albeit it might be inglorious in some ways, then the other one is just probably is running to have a test for the first time. Maybe I will say a pretender, given the way things are, but I may be wrong. So in a way, do I have any dog in the fight? Yes and no. I would like, given the condition Nigeria is today, I mean, this what I say here may some people may feel disappointed, but given the what Nigeria is today, I would want a strong American leadership that will consider the plight of Nigerians, not Nigerian leadership, but the plight of the poor people of Nigeria. When you consider the plight and you are sympathetic to them, you bring whatever that makes America America to bear on the corrupt and inept Nigerian leadership, at least for once, to compel them to listen to the people and do exactly what the people want. It might not be far-fetched from what we call restructuring. It could be a way to ease, maybe we go our separate ways in the most civilized way of doing it. Referendum, those that always want, we go. Those that doesn't want, we remain. But I would like America, for what America is worth and for what the trouble is worth, that if Nigeria should implode the way it is, Nigeria has no security for now. If Nigeria should implode, I don't think America will be able to. I don't think whatever politics they are going to play on the international stage, it will be of no effect. So they had American leadership incoming had better put Nigeria as one of its priority in terms of foreign policy. I say this because the catastrophe that Nigeria suffered, the genocide, could have been avoided if Harold Wilson and the British establishment had allowed Richard Nixon to address the Nigerian issue in 1968. When Ikemba appeared in the front cover of Time magazine, the Biafran story became a global headline. So Richard Nixon, then president running for office, said he will address the Nigerian issue when he gets in, which he did. I mean, he won the election, but that in trying to bring American power to bear, just to make sure, based on what Henry Kissinger said about Ndi Igbo as the wandering Jews of Africa, and Henry Kissinger is also a Jew, for those who do not know. So I think that situation, the closest to that situation is what Nigeria is going through now. So I would like whoever comes up to make their foreign policy objective, apart from Iran, apart from Israel, which is the traditional one, and then what they are going through, even if it can't be number one, let it be number two. Because Nigeria, the way it is, our leadership is falling apart. So if America should sort of envisage to stop what happened in 1966 to 1970, it might not be exactly, but let them bring their power to bear. If sanction will hurt Nigerian people, they should avoid sanction. But let the sanction be to that of the leadership, and then make it important that Nigerians should be able to decide their future. That is what I am expecting the next American leadership to take. So if it's Kamala Harris that will be this bold to do it, all fair and good. If it's Trump, I don't bloody care, because in this case, all I'm looking for is what will favor me and what will favor the poor people of Nigeria, because no African leader is trying to challenge Nigerian leadership to put our house in order. Everybody kept quiet, minding their business. So It now falls on America as the leader of the world to bring their force, to bring the American strength to bear. Not really arms, but to had a dialogue that look, they won't tolerate all this corrupt this thing for whatever it is. What Nigeria should be set free and let the American leadership take the lead. That will interest me most, and I feel Nigerian masses it will also be, so that we address this terrorism once and for all, and then the issue of nationhood should be settled. I don't call it meddling in internal affairs, but it is a way to save humanity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Ikolola, you wanted to say something?
Thank you. I wanted to ask CM a question. You see, I don't know if he's having a wishful thought or a practical view. You've just spoken about Harold Wilson, a world power in those days that never brought you good. Tell me what nation a world power has gone into and brought them good. Point to one.
Now, I will tell you, South Vietnam. The Vietnam, America went there. Yes, listen, America went to Vietnam because it was the north for Russia, the south for US. Although America lost men and material, but in the end, they were able to liberate South Vietnam, and they were better off for it. That's one. If I may remember another one, let me quickly think about what America did. So at least this one alone.
I don't really agree with. I don't. You see, when you come to Vietnam, I don't agree with you at all. Because if you ask an average Vietnamese, they have a different view from what you are saying. They don't see what good the Americans brought to them. They will tell you their babies were killed. They will tell you their men were killed, and they will tell you the devastation that the war brought on them. So I don't know where you're getting this view from.
No. It was even a Vietnamese I met in Cardiff in the UK that told me when I saw him, because he looks like. Listen.
Yeah, okay,
listen now. I'm only trying to give you my resource where I got the view from, and then I have to read wide again. There is this book called The Balkan Ghost, and then there's I don't know whether you read The Coming Anarchy by Robert Kaplan. If you read it and find what America did in Yugoslavia, the role they played, you will tell me. No, I'm coming. Hold on. You will understand that today Croatia is better off than they were before. Slovenia is better off today than when they were complete Yugoslavia. I think the same thing with Serbia.
All that war in breaking Czechoslovakia. Wait, I'm not answering. All that war in breaking Czechoslovakia to have a base is what you call. Have you asked the people that lost human lives in these places if they actually have a better life for what you are saying?
Former US President Bill Clinton said the moment you release your bullet, innocent people will die. It does not matter whether you are targeting Rudolph or you are targeting KJ. Innocent people will die in the process.
If you are talking about, I'll just end it with this. I'll just end it with this. If you are talking about them coming and helping you as a Biafra, ask the people of Benghazi they went to help. How Libya is today. Ask the people of Aleppo. They went to help. How Syria is with them today. Ask the people of the Kurdish.
Okay.
How it is with them today.
Let's stop. Same round up.
Just a second.
Okay, yeah. You see, Ikola, you trivialize what I said. I said the suffering Nigerian people, that they should bring their might to bear to make Nigerian leaders realize that Nigerian people are suffering. The America will not tolerate it. That is not invasion anyway. It's just trying to take, because in the OAU, remember, African Union, they should have come together and say, look, Nigeria, if you want to give you sanction, we can give you the situation in your country is not tolerable. If they can't do it, let America. If he can force Tinubu, they start trying to tell you to do something good for your people. That is the central logic of my thesis. Let them do something good, even if it involves addressing the question of nationhood. Who wouldn't like it? Nigeria is a failed state because some part of the country is being ruled by terrorists. Some part are pretending that they are.
To be very careful what you wish for.
Okay.
CM, going by your wish, going by your wish for Nigeria.
Can I
Currently, we have Democrats ruling this country, and under this Democrat that is ruling this country, Tinubu emerged as the president of that country, and they know what Tinubu was engaged when he was in this country. Yet they supported him to become the president, and moving forward till today, they have not done anything to kind of deter the government from stealing from the people. So, and we had Trump as the president that verbally stated that he has no business with African countries or any other country, that he is the president of the US, not the president of the world. And what does that tell you? That I would rather support a government that will leave Africans alone to manage their business than to support a government that will come and be milking Africa dry in the name of helping Africa.
Can I thank you? I want to get everybody involved in the conversation. But just to correct what you're saying, Can Africa, when you leave Africa alone, like what happened in Rwanda, how many people died? Almost 800 million people, 800,000 people died in 100 days.
You know, that's not what I mean, right?
Can hold on. This conversation is always there. What should be done to Africa? Should Africans be left alone? Or
be left alone in terms of stealing its economy, instead of stealing from the people, instead of stealing the resources. But when it comes to security, we heard when Trump told Buhari that he doesn't want Christians in Nigeria to be affected by all these wars, that he wants that war to stop. He told Buhari that he doesn't want Christians in Nigeria to live as though that is not their country. So, and that war actually stopped during Trump. There was no record of any mass slaughter of Christians in the northern Nigeria during the 4 years of Trump's administration. Fact check me if I'm wrong.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to add one thing, Rudolph. I like the idea of leaving Africa alone. But you cannot tell me every now and then you carry your plates and come for aids in all kinds of names. All kinds of names you come for to ask for, help. You come to ask for money. You come to ask for intervention. You come to ask for development and all that. And you still don't want me to have a control of what. So Africa also should do well for itself by trying to take care of its own business and not go hand in cap begging them for money. That is what brings about the control of Africa. Don't we all know what this development, all these NGOs do? We all know what they do. We all know they are all agents of, all kinds of stuff in Africa.
All right, thank you, AJ. Let me just point out, for those who may want to, Obasanjo was in America at the Wilson Center a month ago, and he had a conversation which was shown on C-SPAN. I will encourage everybody to go and watch it. He talked about what happened during the Libya issue, how they tried to manage it within Africa, and their conversation with the West, and how they eventually allowed the West to do that. It's important to know these things, to know that our leaders sometimes are totally incapable of, you actually be embarrassed at the arguments Obasanjo and the South African leader was making to the West. So it's easy for us outsiders who are not really part of the government, people who make decisions, to think that some of these things are possible, and that the people we have there are smart enough to be able to get the kind of outcome that we are looking for. Mama Echo, welcome to the show. Mama Echo, before you start, I want us to go back to the debate, because in the next about 40 minutes, we are going to watch the debate. So we want to talk about, like, people are talking about Africa and who they would prefer, who they think, like CM was saying, who they think we will do what we Africans are hoping that they will do. I want us to go back to the debate and what it means for us Africans in whatever angle you want to take.
First of all, I want to appeal to you guys that nobody should interject me, because I didn't interject any person. If you have your question, keep it on your hand and ask it when I'm done. You see, I love everything that is happening. In fact, the one happening in Nigeria now, it now makes me to fall in love with Chief Tinubu for the first time. Because we need what is happening. So if you hear that I fall in love with him, do not misquote me. And I will say that, and I will link it to the question. Why am I loving him? I am loving him because he has come, everything he promised us, he has given it to us. He said he will start from where to Buhari stop, and he's giving us Buhari promise. He said he will reduce the purchasing power of our people, and he has done that. Then I realized that in election, he gave us the divide and rule opium of tribal bigotry, and we buy into it, and we use it for him. Then, when he now entered into power, he now said, I have gotten what I needed. There is no need of tribal bigotry anymore. So I need to serve breakfast. I need to serve lunch. I need to serve dinner and supper. Then I now discovered that when he was not dishing out this, he now dish it out equally to everybody. Home and abroad, all of us, they eat the breakfast. All of us, they eat the lunch. All of us, they eat the dinner and even the supper. So there was no tribe when it comes to giving us this food. Then I was asked, why are you giving us this food? And I discovered that because our brain is locked, he is giving us this food to reset our brain. To reset our brain. And if we do not use this food to reset our brain, then in 2027, inshallah, he will come up with the divide and rule again. So the question I want to ask us is this: are we going to reset our brain, or we are going to be arguing, looking for savior from the Western world? I thank God for all that is happening, because it has made me to dig deeper, to begin to look for the root, what is the real root cause of our problem? What is the root cause? And what is the way out? And I discovered that the people we are even coming to try, looking for who will win the election among them, so that they will come and tell our leader what to do, so that they are not interested. Because in the midst of what is going on, they are benefiting. Where does those weapons they are using to buy us come from? Where is it coming from? Our natural resources that they are displaying our people from their villages and all. Who are those people bringing private jet to come and fly it? How come ship, big vessels, enter Nigeria sea, take our crude oil? Where is it going to? Where did it come from? Now the ship when your papa and my papa do, now we take they carry that crude oil. So you see, everything that is happening, they sweet me for belly. And with all that is happening, and with all I have understood, and with all that I know, our deliverance is in our hand. And I know all the strategy he has made me to understand that we can use to get our deliverance. You know, I promised my children one thing during the last election. I told them that from councillor to presidency, inshallah, and we see 2027. Now my children get them. Because they tell them, say, they are the leaders of tomorrow. My father was told that, but they didn't allow him to become leader. My grandfather was told that. They didn't allow him to become leader. I was told that, and I was not a leader. But for my children, they will be a leader. How? Do not ask me. I know. But that is not going to happen. Irony. Mbanu. It is the battle. There's a godfather and I they had enter power. No problem. Me, I be godmother. So the battle is going to be between the godfather and the godmother. And the victory, we go put power for my children. And that is when we get our freedom. So let the dance begin. Let the music continue. Thank you and God bless. But Oga Udo, you don't come again. No. He reached me now. They ring bell. You ring bell for other things.
I have, but thank
The
you.
level of interference by the Obama's government was very overwhelming. It's not as if I couldn't have won the election even with that. But if by my own thinking and also the way some other people look at it, they go outside the normal diplomatic relationship, then it should be mentioned.
All right. So let's welcome to the show. I think I'm seeing Paul and Ovie. Ovie, Paul, let me hear from Ovie, then I'll come back to you because I think his internet is never stable. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doc. Welcome back.
Honored US.
The last time you were here, which is about a couple of hours back, the last statement you made kind of got me into a different mood. You said that you never know you will be able to do this again. As a Nigerian, that sounds like somebody who is in hot giving a testimony on Sunday without giving service. So rumor has it that the pastor sent you to hell. So I don't know. So anyway, welcome back, Doc. I don't know. Am I talking to myself? I can be heard.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. So we are
Right.
waiting for the debate in another less than 30 minutes. So I want us to quickly get to the main issue. What are the concerns you have in terms of, let's say, foreign policy, the war in Gaza, and who do you think, how will it play out during this debate, knowing the position of the candidates?
Thank you, Rudolph. I think when it comes to American politics, at this point, just like we say too early to call, to quote a man of prestige, we always say it's not about the candidate at this point; it's about the party machinery. When it comes to policy, I don't think it really matters who wins. The American policy is the American policy. It doesn't matter who wins. It's how they will implement it that will be a table of debate, not necessarily there's going to be a change. It's just a matter of time. So, and coming from a country or a state who is under American colony, I'm talking about Nigeria. I look at the election from the optics perspective, not necessarily policies, because as I say, it doesn't really matter who wins, but from the optics, because that's our future, right? I mean, stemming from if we want to go by the video that we just played, so they are directly, whether we like it or not, determine what goes on and who becomes our leader. So I narrow the lens through the eyes of our leaders, those who are currently in power and those who are seeking power. What is their body movement? Where's their footprints? Who are they talking to? Who? So from that angle, I say, okay, if now that we have Democrats, the current leadership of Nigeria is pretty much in 100% harmony with Washington, and one would say even Pentagon. So things are going on well. With that change, if a Republican comes to power, I would say yes or no. Yes, in the sense that maybe the characters that we occupy White House might want to, either make one or two changes. But again, the man that will have in charge of Afia Rana Bola Tinubu is a deal maker. So I don't think there's any deal that will be put in front of him that he cannot sign or renew, going by his own personal ambition, right? So from that angle, that's where I see all these things. From then, when I say is our future, we see how Biden they pushed out of the race, either you say by his age, whatever that is happening. Are we going to see that in 2027 or 2031 when it comes to Nigeria in terms of who? Atiku Abubakar, because whether we like it or not, is up there. I mean, even the current president is up there too. So is that optics going to play it out? Because, when we have, when you are playing back Good Luck, you also remind me of the main architect of the that people are not talking about. I think, is it KG that referred to the guy, former Obama's political strategist, who also back and forth in Nigeria during that time, also was in Nigeria for Tinubu's election. So from that from that angle, so I now say, okay, are they going to push away, or are they going to push anybody out because of that age and the heinous whatever? Because last time, I mean, they capitalized on it and it pulled up the victory. Work this time around. So I look more at the optics. For who is going to win, it's too early to call. It's not about the candidate, it's about the machinery. And going by the statistics that are coming out now, Democrats, Republic, only 7% journalists register as a Republican candidate. So the same feeling that I have 2020, I still have the same feeling today. But what played out last year was beyond my own comprehension in terms of the institution this party control, which have a lot of role to play. Because it's not about what the average poor American thinks. So that's why when it comes to policy, it doesn't matter what every American thinks. You want to know who is Gaza, who is against Gaza, mirror the Congress. Forget about what anybody say on TV. What is the vote at the Congress? Almost 100% in favor of who? So that's why I said the poor people don't really count. Policy is left for the rich people. The optics is what I say about. So very interesting. And factor in the new latest happenings, right? In terms of the changing global politics, technology development. What role does AI playing? Right? What does social media playing? If you go back to 2020 and you come back to what Mark Zuckerberg is saying today, you understand the role he and his team Facebook played in the last election. It fell close to 500 million in the Democrat concentrated area just to bring them out to vote. I'm not saying he's bribing anybody because it's out there. And he also confessed how they suppress. So all those things is what I pay attention to because, as I said, that's our future because we're under their colony. They are in charge of us now. So my submission. Everywhere, but I hope,
Can I add to what my brother said? Just 5 seconds, please. Just 5 seconds. Because
okay.
Just 5 seconds. See, Obie, you said it all. And in addition to what you just said, we've seen a political party that has no respect for democracy. And this is the same party that is now championing democracy when they actually has relegated democracy to zero. How could you have a presidential candidate that has not gone through primary election and you are here telling us about democracy? Now, what we, the voters, should be looking at for is a party that has respect for democracy, a party that has respect for the citizens, which is what Republicans is championing. Democrats have zero when it comes to this.
Thank you. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. It makes me laugh when I see Republican people say the Democrats don't have respect for democracy. We know democracy slowly, due to Trump, people don't practice the type of democracy that they want to practice. Somebody who send people to annul election results, somebody who went to court 63 times. And out of these 63 times, almost about 42 of these 63 judges, you understand, were appointed by Republican. And he don't have any evidence. He lost all these cases and therefore that thing. Then this same person will say, oh, they snatched, they rigged election, they did this. For example, the state of Arizona is being governed by Republican. The state of Georgia, where Ekene live, is being governed by Republican. And he lost to those places. He was calling the governor on live TV where the governor was giving speech and everything. That thing. It's just so funny. Like Aisha Yusuf will say, the era when people will lie and go scot-free, those days has come and gone. This is the age of technology. That is one. Talking about what America will represent when it comes to Africa or Nigeria, it's not going to be good from both parties. But if Republicans take the saddle of leadership, it's going to be worse with Nigeria. Why am I saying that? Trump said it and he said it clearly. Say, baby drill, baby drill, baby drill. America is going back. They couldn't understand why America have more oil than Saudi Arabia, the Iraq, the Iran, and the likes, and they are not touching it. If America go back to their oil, Nigeria is cooked. We are toast. Do you understand? Remember during the time of Jonathan, how we paid good amount of money on oil and how Buhari came, how the price was going down, how it affected Buhari's government, after Buhari nonsensical with his policies. So if Trump should go back and say, let's go drill our own oil, it's going to affect our economy tremendously. Talking about Democrats, I also don't see them do anything. The third part of it, why it's going to affect Nigeria very well. Nigeria is building more alliances with China. You understand? And immediately they take power back, the new government comes in again, they're going to relax. I want to review all this Africa that is running over China, because America is losing when it comes to Africa. America is losing. China, Russia is doing extremely well. And America will want to fight back, you understand, to gain back this thing. And America don't know how to fight when it comes to diplomatic thing like that. America threaten. They will threaten, they will bring sanctions, they will bring all type of things. And Africa, we get scared when the global West threaten us, because that's where we keep our loot, that's where they send their kids to school, that's where they go for medical. You understand? So when they threaten, they respond immediately and everything. So it's going to really affect everything that they're doing right now with the so-called China and Russia. It's just going to tell on their economy tremendously. So I don't see it good for Africa at all, except Africa on their own will start re-strategizing how they can mitigate and manage some of these issues. For example, just like what India is doing, they form alliance with the so-called America. They also form alliance. They still find a way, in as much as they don't get along with India. They don't get along with China. They still do big trade with China and everything. And they buy cheap crude, cheap oil from Russia. You understand? How can we manage ourselves? I don't see it happen, because we get scared when the global West talk anything about us. We are so panic and everything. So I don't see anything good coming from these both parties coming when it comes to American election, because America is really, really losing. And with what China just did some few days back and everything, the West is watching. You understand? They won't play game. They'll only just threaten. And when they threaten, we'll comply. Simply mean we're going to default again when it comes to China. And when you default with China deal, it's going to tell on you tremendously and everything. So we're very confused people as an African.
All right, thank you, Paul. We have about 20 minutes before the.
Can I respond to Paul?
No.
Yeah,
I'm
because
afraid
he
of
made
saying no
mention of
because
baby drill. So let me explain to him what baby drill will signify. You know, the impact it will have on Nigeria, right? Yes, U.S. has oil. You expect them to leave their oil and keep buying and stealing yours. You and I know that last time there was a documentary that was in circulation how the criminals in Nigeria collude with the criminals in the US to steal Nigeria crude oil, get it to Pennsylvania, refine half of it, and bring 1/4 back and keep the rest, right? So with the baby drill, US will be able to concentrate on its oil, thereby crashing the Nigerian oil market. And when the Nigerian oil market crash, then your so-called leaders that claim to be smart or that claim to be first-class students will be able to think outside the box and begin to fashion ways to making money. And also, I would prefer to have a government that will now refuse to give Nigeria loan or to give African leaders loan, so that African leaders will go back and begin to develop their own country with the resources that they have, instead of coming to Western world to do Babiala all the time. So let's have a leader that will say no loan to African countries. We're here condemning how they go borrowing. But here you have a government that may stop giving them loan, and you don't want them to stop giving them loan. So we are confused people, like as you rightly said, we don't know where we stand.
Okay, Kenny, thank you. We have I just want to give everybody 2 minutes. To say something before we go straight to the debate. What I want you to say is probably what you are going to listen in for. Will anything change your mind? What surprises are any answer along that line that you expect? 2 minutes, because we want to get to everybody before we join the debate. KJ.
Okay, so what I'm going to expect from Trump, one, is that he will continuously to uphold his policy while he was in office, and try to also play up, constantly talk about the weaknesses of what he has seen from the Vice President Kamala Harris, right from when she was the Senate, the judge, the prosecutor in California, to even her role in the Senate, as the last person who voted in last this thing. So I would expect Kamala Harris to also come up some of Trump's faults, if she can find any. So based on that, I think I'm just sitting in to see a good debate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's go to Ikolola. 2 minutes.
Thank you again, and I hope we see a good debate. From me, I expect an American leader that would bring peace to the world. From the days of after Roosevelt, and we went to Truman, it has always been war. Every president, American president, has started a war. Well, the only man that came and never started a new war is Mr. Trump, and President Trump for that. So that is where it affects me. I don't hope to come and be an American citizen. I'm not looking forward to living in America. The rest of the problems or the rest of the policies is America's problem. But the one that affects me is the wars, and the man that can stop it and has shown that he has stopped it. He went to North Korea, he went to Russia, he made friends with people who some other people would tell us are too difficult to make friends with. So that is the person I would be looking forward to listen to.
All right, thank you. Kenny? 2
Yeah,
minutes.
thank you, Ikolala. You just just took everything from my mouth. But in addition to that, I want to have a president which is strong, that will again fix the economy of this country. Just the way he fixed the dilapidated economy that Obama left. I also want him to come back now and begin to fix the economy that Biden has destroyed. And also, like Ikolala stated, I want to have him continue to broker peace with world leaders, just the way he did it last time, and also try to help to put to an end this war that Democrats has led us into. A president who will not only mind his business by leaving African countries alone, but actually go ahead and making sure that there is peace globally. And again, most importantly, decline any sort of loan from all those parasites from Africa. That's the kind of leader that I want. No loan, nothing. Stay on your own.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you so much. Siam, 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So, what can somebody who is not an American, a British citizen, Nigerian British, Biafran British, given the situation in Nigeria now, given what is happening in Biafra land, the slaughter, the everything, what do I expect from American leadership? America remains the leader of the free world. There's no doubt about that. What I expect is whoever will compel the Nigerian leadership to address the nation, the question of nationhood in Nigeria is long overdue. We cannot pretend that we are adults. We cannot pretend we cannot pretend about it. Yes, somebody said America or the West are interested in what they will gain. Yes, what they will gain, just negotiate with any part of Nigeria. If you feel that they are different countries, you still enter into bilateral agreement. It won't stop if they need our oil. Let's say your nation is a different nation now. You go to them and negotiate what you want. If it's Europe, you go to them and sit down. That way, that is the way it is done. But for us to continue to come too closely together and perish in collision, in the hope that we will change our fate, is long overdue. More than 60 years with 25 years unbroken democracy is a farce. It's a ruse. So America should help to torpedo it. Thank you.
All right, the flagship.
Thank you, Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. So there are four things that I'm looking forward to. First of all, is their plan, their policy towards the economy here in the U.S., first of all, and global economy, to see how they can straighten things and lessen the effects, both locally here in the U.S. and globally with other continents. Number two, I want to see them talk about strong leadership and how they intend to calm down this uproar that we have in the Middle East, in Europe, Russia and Ukraine, and other parts of the world that are just brewing grounds for national or continental conflicts that are coming up or going on. And thirdly, I want to see them talk about African relation, what they plan to do to change it. They really need to step up the game because the style of government that we have is what they introduced to us. So I want to hear them talk about how they were coming to have the African leaders change this ill-mannered style of democracy that they are practicing, which is not helping its people at all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mama Echo, 2 minutes.
So what is the question?
Oh, what are you expecting from the debate? What are you listening in for? What are you what is your interest?
Well, the truth is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first is it Harris debate. So I'm expecting her to bring out her very best and be able to tell us that America is ready for a female president. Because I am looking forward for them to produce for us a female president. Just like when they think a black man cannot rule, Obama came forth. And now it is time. Hillary Clinton wanted to do it, and something happened in between, and she didn't come up. So I am looking forward for her to do that for us and for her conversation tonight and how she answered every question as it relates to the human race and as it relates to immigration, especially. Because I'm a product of immigrants. And I do not like it when Donald Trump opened his mouth to tell me and my people that we are worth. So I want to hear both side argument. But then Donald Trump on his own is the second Tinubu here before. So I wouldn't expect much. But I know he's going to attack the immigrants. But I want America to know that without immigrants, there is no America. If all of us leave today, there will be no America. So for somebody to talk in a nasty way about us when we are the one that make this society what it is a no, no, no for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mama Echo. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, Doctor, talking about the debate, I'm not so optimistic with Kamala Harris because she have a strategy and it's just funny, like when I see Trump and when I see Kamala Harris, the way she's doing for the past 5 to 6 weeks now, you understand, they both behaving like Tinubu. Harris is scared not to offend her boss. That's why she's running away from interview. She don't want to grant any interview because she don't want to offend her boss. Instead of you to play all type of game, you understand, win the election and come up with your policy, but she just don't want to offend her boss. And also some of the people who are also not so happy the way Biden left, the way they bully Biden out. So that's why she's running away from interview. So if questions come towards this government that she is vice president, she will try to swerve it somehow. So I don't see her do very well with this debate. It has shown for the past 5 weeks the way she's running away from interviews. So I don't really see her do very well with the debate. And Trump itself, Trump will do well, not because Trump will do well, because Trump will just tell lies and lies and lies and lies and every other thing. But for Kamala Harris, in terms of debate, you understand that is good for you towards this election. Kamala Harris may not do well, not because of she cannot do well. She's a prosecutor. She knows how to put her word. But I don't see her do well because she just don't want to offend anybody. So she's technically behaving like Nikki Haley. She don't want to offend any base and every other thing. At the end of the day, just make her look sluggish. If she do well, good for her. But for me, the two of them, I'm disappointed. This is the least thing that can happen to the US. I'm not so much pushed with both of them. I'm disappointed with both of them. Anyway, that's my
All right. All right. We know your view as soon as the debate is over. We will converge again and talk about it. Ovier, next.
Yeah, today, I mean, I expect fireworks because it's the beginning of a top quarter. I always say, is Russia was into what they call October surprise. So there's still a lot of surprises to come. But we are going to an historical debate. For the very first time, we are going to see a prosecutor going head to head with, as they like to say, convicted felon, and this time around, people are the jury, the judge. So the fireworks from my intel on grad in Philly, I understand Kamala has been on 6 days practice with somebody who they had dressed like Donald Trump, talk like Donald Trump. So what is going to come up from there is that Kamala is going to focus more on Trump personalities because, as I said, Democrats are pretty much in charge of the media. The media is in favor. You want to give the media watch to catch him after today. So she's going to come from that angle, fire on. Why Trump, as I also get from intel on ground, that as he has surrendered himself with a policy expert. So he's going to try and avoid not to fall into the trap of personality, because he's not going to win. And regardless of how he addressed Kamala Harris, in the media would try to turn it against him. So he will focus on policy and hopefully lose him before the end of the debate. So that I'm looking at it from that angle. So it's going to be fireworks. So the optics should be interesting because, as I said, it's all the media we have. This is their day. So there we both of them will have to give them something to run him about. It's going to be a big personality, but a policy and a prosecutor versus a constitutional, as I said. That's all right.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Look, P, why are you not sleeping all the way in Europe?
Hello, everybody. How you doing? Good.
We're good. We're
Okay.
good. We're good to help you.
Good to everybody. No, I'm sleeping. According to my guy, they don't sleep abroad. So we anything can happen. You understand? And then we just chill anyway. Just so you guys kind of like, oh, what's happened? Let me see what's happened. So I saw you, like you came back. Yeah. So I was surprised. What happened? Kafune. Like what happened? So you came back. So I'm like, oh, this guy, okay, let me see what's happening. Let me come and speak Kafune.
Look, P, let me help you. Let me help you with that. Kafune diotua. Kedu kafune gade.
Okay.
No,
sorry.
yeah, let me put it. Let me put it directly the way Dr. Remy just put it. Kafune de toi, fune agade anya.
I wanted to ask CM. CM, where do I apply for Biafra citizenship? Because you say you are a citizen of Biafra, so where do I apply? I beg. Or is it too late?
I will send you my bank account. I will send you my bank account number. We start from there.
All right.
Him has been waiting for the Egyptian, Greek, Roman, the British, and now the American Empire to come and save him.
All right. So we have about 3 minutes away. I just wanted somebody to take on this. Who is concerned about the immigration policy of the two political parties and how that will impact some of us who are here? I'm not talking about, I know most of you might be citizens, but, KJ, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, hold on. Please, I wanted to say something. When you say some of us who are here, do you mean the African migrants or the
no, Africans.
African American Africans?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's very concerning. Again, because it's supposed to be a concern for every person who's an African and a migrant in America. But for me, talking, I have looked at both parties. Every one of them is playing politics. If you remember, when Biden came in, he said that was the first he's going to do. He never did it. And the Republicans are also playing politics. So he's kicking the ball down the road for each person. Nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to change. That's my stand. That's what I see.
All right. We have 1 minute, I think, or 2 minutes. So let me get one more person.
Okay. Talking about immigration policy. Yes. How it will affect me under Trump? It will be favorable. Going by my experience during Trump's administration, my people were able to get visa and come to this country during his administration. But during Biden, some of them were denied visa. So personally, during Trump, I was able to get what I wanted through immigration, while during the Democrats, I was denied. So that is my personal experience of this period.
Okay. All right. Mama Echo.
Yeah, I left a message for you behind the private chat. Please answer me.
Okay, I will look at it.
I think it is the opposite for me during Trump, and it is the opposite for many people that I know. So that it favors you, okay, now that does not mean it favors a lot of immigrant family. So if that is because it favors you alone, that is why you are thinking it is. I just want to let you know that a lot of immigrants like me was not favored in the embassy, and their loved one was also denied the way we are having it. So to me, immigration is the key. I am an immigrant. An immigrant must be respected. Thank you.
Sorry, Rudolph. Very quickly, I want to answer somebody. Mr. Mazi Prince. Biden. Trump also favored me because Trump, all my family members got this thing, and so it's not only Kenya that he favored. And then everything. Why does all the Democrats, all they do is blame Trump. Is Trump a policy? Oh, come on.
They know how to lie.
Everything is Trump.
They are perpetual liars.
Come on, guys. Oh, come on.
Perpetual liars, easy to be deceived. That's what they are.
All right, thank you,
Why?
everybody.
Sorry, Rudolph. Why are you guys using because they give you visas, favor or whatever? I mean, in the generality of the black race in America, do you think any party give a damn about black race in America?
The journalist asked the question, how does it affect us here, we that are here? So I just told you how it affected me. So it may affect you negatively, but it affected me positively during Trump.
Because
so that's
we're
what I'm
supposed to be
saying.
talking about how he favors you in an anonymous country. Meanwhile, our own country back in Nigeria is dying.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing anything about it.
The Nigerians who are in Nigeria are listening. Say una they hear them, Abi. All these
All right,
elite
all
people,
right.
they are
We
very
have to-
careful.
we have
It's wrong. It's for me. It's not
They are
nice.
all for the favor, maybe everybody run living now for there. See them, they hear them,
Exactly.
Abi.
It's not nice.
Eh?
Understand?
You they hear them,
Exactly where
Abi.
I'm going. Where I'm thinking
They
about
don't
it.
care about una,
It's not
just
nice.
like they are that.
The way
We
you
wait
and your
in
family.
diaspora,
Why
they don't
everything is
even
there?
Here in Pennsylvania,
it's about
it's
una.
still very much
We
in
have to
play.
go.
The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris,
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump,
We will soon be a great nation again.
face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights, But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and in asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could
veto?
do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on television saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump,
Russia investigation
we do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400,
President
500
Trump.
acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
And said
they said
no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
The House will be in order.
This year, C-SPAN celebrates 45 years.
All right. How has it been? It's quite interesting.
Yes.
Fire. Is Kenneth still here?
It's quite interesting indeed.
One word for it: biased. Those
I'm here.
interviewers are
On full
biased.
ground.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
My take is that contrary to what people may think, Trump is performing better at defense.
Yes,
Very, very,
Yeah.
very, very. Kamala Harris, as a senator, a lawyer. Trump is not a lawyer. I was expecting Kamala Harris to nail Trump with all those, as a he's a she was a prosecutor, but she's not quite. There was a time she waffled. Her point is not pungent. Trump
No,
put up a brave face and was heavily hitting hard. Trump is a hard hitter. To be honest, that's what I've so far.
Hold on. Sam, hold on. Let me hear from other people. Okay.
can I say something? Can I say something?
I'll come to you, KJ. Let's go to Flagship first.
Oh well, it's I'm short of words. Actually, I'm to be honest quite disappointed that whoever prepped Kamala Harris up. It's a shame. I'm really disappointed. That's all I can say for now.
Okay, KJ.
Okay. On my side, I think they did well. She was prompted. She was prompted by a Hollywood set. They built. In fact, they built that set. You see, they built it exactly that way in her hotel room, and she's been in there for over a week, rehearsing what you saw. So everything she's doing is totally deliberate. It's like acting. She's actually acting out what she has learned. However, I think she's also doing well. She's holding her side. I think she's holding her side. The thing I think that seems to be putting a spin to it is the moderators. The moderators are not fair to Trump because they are not pushing back on her, but they are pushing back on Trump. And it's only when Trump is answering that they're putting the questions tag on him. Okay, so that audience can see whether he's answering right or wrong. Why are they not putting it on Kamala Harris when she's answering? They're not putting it on her, but they're putting what to call the lower tag on when Trump is answering. Okay, and they're even bringing it back when they think he's not answering properly. So you are actually trying to mold the mind of the audience against him. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that is totally unprofessional. For even though we know that ABC is not a friendly media for Trump, but I hail his bravery to stand there and still accept those pushbacks. But I think at one point they were going a little bit too far. And remember, they are only asking Trump of 2020. Why asking of 2020? Why not asking of things that are happening now? Why do you ask him if you accept the result? You didn't ask the other person if you accept the result. You see, these are the things we see, the contradiction that's in America, especially in the media, that sometimes I don't know whether even in Nigerian media is doing better than this, what these people are doing right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kenneth?
Yes, thank you, KJ. You see, we have a partial moderator or moderation, and we have a lady who happens to be, I think, a judge or something. What was she again? That could not, that could not defend herself in a simple electoral debate. So we've seen a lady who has gone through series of training or rehearsing over these debates. Yet she was unable. She was unable to tell us what she has for the economy. All she was going after is personal attack on Trump, calling him disgrace and all that. We don't want to hear that. Tell us what you want to fix, and that shows you the character that she's made up of.
All right, everybody, thank you. I'm sorry, we have to go back and watch the rest of the debate. We'll be right back.
here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fella. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations
thank
with the
you.
Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this. want someone who understands, as I do. I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. Get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been Vice President. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Wow. This last statement from Trump sounded like have your say. What we hear on have your say. But so who has not said? Mama H.O., go ahead.
Well, Kamala did not disappoint me. Knowing fully well that she's coming for open debate for the first time, I think she do well. Although there's still room for improvement, and I don't know if there's going to be another debate before the election. As for Trump, I don't know what he has with immigrants and immigration, but one thing is sure, if they ask all immigrants to live here, they are not even ready to do their job. So coming after immigrants the way he's coming after us, to me is a no. He called us criminal. And I ask, if we are criminal, what about him? Is he not evading tax? Filing bankruptcy? So he's a criminal.
Are you an illegal immigrant committing crime?
Mama H.O.
Are you an illegal immigrant committing crime? Those were the ones they call criminals.
Can I hold on? We don't have a lot of time now. I just want to hear from Okija, who has just joined us. Okija, go ahead.
Oh God, this man is perfect bala blue. I mean, what is your healthcare plan? I have the concept of a plan. This man is just an idiot. He doesn't know anything. Anybody who's voting him is just like him, idiot. Total complete idiot. He has no plan for anybody. He just, what he wants to go there and be raking every day, shouting, screaming, talking about immigrants, talking about Haitians eating a cat. What is wrong with this man? I don't know. Is that, people eating cats, eating other people's pets. I just can't understand this. That's their plan. What other plan does he have? What is his plan on housing? What is his plan on healthcare? What is his plan for middle class? What is his plan? Everything is immigrants. Please read Rudolph's book. Buy the book and read about you understand what will happen if he deport. He can't even deport anybody because he can't even do it. How many people will he deport every one day? How many years will it take to deport about 10 million people? You can't deport maybe 1,000. How many flights will you be flying? What about the courts? He's just telling you guys what you want to hear because he has nothing else to say. Because he has nothing else to say. What if he said he's gonna tariff? Now let me give you an example. If you put tariff, on, for instance, on a pillow, something that goes in China, $5 is being sold in China. You put a 15% tariff on it. In China, if Walmart is selling it for about maybe, let me say, $5, 5 cents, maybe because markup, Walmart, they use about 30% markup. So it's gonna be in stores, they sell it like about $6, 5 cents. Then that's what without tariff. Then they put the 15% tariff. To land back in US is gonna be about $6.75. Walmart is gonna sell it for about $7.15.
Philadelphia for our live simulcast of the ABC News presidential debate. A reminder, we'll open the phone lines as the debate ends to get your reaction.
All right. Sorry, Okija. We're going back to the debate.
There were more deportations under Trump, under Obama than Trump.
Here again,
all right.
David Muir.
Obama deported a lot of immigrants.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
All right. So that
Can I
was.
say
So
something?
Hold on.
they were asking Trump what his plans are for healthcare. What are her plans for healthcare? They have zero plans for healthcare. How affordable is this so-called Affordable Care Act? How affordable is it?
Can you hold on?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Welcome back.
We're having miscarriages.
It's been a wonderful 90 minutes plus with candidates.
You see, from my board right now, Trump got 92%. 92%.
Kenny, I don't know what that is about. I don't know about. Anyway,
he won the debate.
Okay. So it's been a wonderful 90 minutes, and they touched on several issues. And I just want to get a feedback on how you feel about what happened. I'm not starting with you, Kenny. I want to start with KJ.
Okay. Like I said, it was a good evening. I don't think anybody who didn't go to sleep who watched it would have said he wasn't entertained. I was entertained. I'm a fan of both of them. I may not like a lot of Kamala Harris' position on certain issues, but I think she was able to hold her own evening. Yes, she may not have won the debate, but she was able to hold her own. Trump is a good debater. He's a media man who knows how to handle the media, even though that sometimes during the debate, I think he felt he was being referred to, and so that almost aggravated him, but he was able to control himself. Like I said earlier on, if he's able to control himself, because they're going to come against him this is the training that they're giving Kamala Harris to attack his person, and then he play off the handle, and then go into a mood of insulting her. But somehow he was able to contain his position and decide not to go against her. And I think that made him not his usual self. Because if he was his usual self, he wouldn't have gone down the way he went. So
someone has sorry, KJ, someone has another device open, so with the
it's actually Rudolph.
That did what?
Your device is the one making a feedback. Can you say something?
No, KJ, your line has not been good since today, but I didn't want to bother you.
Oh, is it me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it's not very clear. But go.
No, it's not my line. No. Can't people hear me? It's not making noise again. Okay, so what I'm saying in essence is this: I like his end point, his final takeaway. His final takeaway was able to round up every other thing he has missed. And if you ask me to rate them, I would say Trump is a bit ahead in this debate. But for a first-time debater, she did well. But let's not take it away, because this lady had been rehearsed by some of the best hands in Hollywood, and they have been on this thing for over 7 days. So her performance this evening didn't surprise me. Remember, some of you who don't know me, my first degree is on theater arts. In fact, I did a master's in media arts. So some of those acts that she's displaying, I know what it means, and I know how she has come about it. But she was able to do what a good director did. She was well prompted, and she used all her keys, including the facial expression, including the hand, like, what are you saying? All those is just to, bring favor, bring people to liking her and be able to sympathize with her position. So she was able to do well on that position. Thank you.
Nicola, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Before I finally go to sleep, I think what I saw was a bias. The interviewers were so biased. You can tell they weren't even trying to hide it. And another thing is, if you look at it properly, I mean, everybody comes here and say Trump is vulgar, Trump is that, and Trump says that. Imagine if it was Trump that was calling her disgraceful. What would anybody here say tonight? Oh, everybody would. But she was saying it, and it's rude. It's actually rude to put your hands like that when someone else is talking. And you want to be the president of the most powerful nation in the world. I mean, and thirdly, there's some views people take sometimes that really, it doesn't matter your position. It doesn't matter your position. I don't think it's worth calling a person degrading names, even if, like I've had this evening, if you're supporting a candidate, whether it's Tinubu, whether it's Trump, it doesn't make you an idiot. That's your view at that point in time, at that point in your life, So let's not be wise in our own eyes, So it is what it is. And I think Trump has held his own as old as he is, and stood there for a whole 2 hours. I don't think some of us who think we are wise in our own eyes here can even stand for 1 hour and give a good debate. So with that, I would want to say good night to you all. I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you, Ikola. Thank you, and good night. Kene?
Yes, thank you, Ikolala. You just hit the nail. The moderators were very biased against Trump, and for a woman to stand before millions or billions of people and be calling her competitor a liar, a disgraceful, just imagine how she'll be talking to her husband. Imagine how she'll be talking to you if she becomes the president. This is a woman that has zero respect for men, and that was why when she was the prosecutor in California, she was busy jailing black men that were actually innocent. And thank God Trump did not go that route. He was focused on policies. He was focused on how to build up the economy of this country while she was busy using all manner of unprintable names against him, trying to, kind of belittle him because she has some clueless fans that always sing praises of her whenever Donald Trump is being insulted. So it's something that we really should look into. When she was asked about healthcare, Trump was asked about his plan for the healthcare, but she wasn't asked about her plan for the healthcare, because you and I know, you should be truthful to yourself, that the so-called Affordable Care Act, Obama's Care Act, is not actually affordable. And that is why a lot of United States citizens would travel to countries like Canada, Cuba, and even what is the name of this country? Germany, and there is one, Switzerland, to get a rapid healthcare, treatment. While in this country, you have to queue up, you have to be on your dying bed before you'll be attended to. And this is the so-called Affordable Care Act. The only takeaway on that Affordable Care Act is the idea that insurance companies will not deny you coverage. That is the only thing. Other than that, it is not affordable. It is something that is hurting the Americans instead of giving them life. So for this night's debate, I give it to Trump, 92%. He's on the winning side. And my vote, as you all know, is going for him.
All right. Thank you, Kenny. CM.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolph. Actually, it's worth my time. This debate was worth my time. Let me quick takers. I will say what Clinton used to say to Obama in 2012 at the convention, Democrat convention. I will say to Americans, if you want a strong economy, very strong economy, robust, with more money in your pocket, you get your job, the dream economy you are hoping for, you must vote for Trump. To the Jews, the Israelis, wherever you are in the world, if you are looking for a friend, you feel that you need a friend in the as an American president, you must, without hesitation, vote for Trump. For those people that want a strong foreign policy, Trump has shown that he's a master. He knows how to handle American foreign policy. And with him as the president, you dare not try it. You dare not. What I've just said now is the weak points of Kamala Harris. All those gossip here, where she scored point there, scoring cheap point. But in the end, you are going to be commander-in-chief. When all this, whether you abuse women, you do this, all those ones are gossip. Yes, it won't grow the economy. If you want more money in your pocket, maybe cheap gas for your car and everything, Trump is ready. From what I've seen today, Kamala Harris disappointed me. The point why I said she disappointed me was she's a lawyer, a prosecutor. She did not deploy her skill in debating. She wasn't. She was fidgeting, fidgeting, afraid of who. Trump came out. Trump was more focused and hitting hard, particularly in foreign policy. So I like it. Thank you. Trump has my vote today.
All right, Flagship.
Well, like I said, the first break, I'm highly disappointed at whoever prepped Kamala Harris for this debate. I really think if they paid that person, they need to get their money back. This was a disaster, in my opinion. I was expecting a whole lot more. There was too much emotionalism expressed, and that was not going to cut it at all. We are talking of the greatest country on earth and how to show leadership. I didn't see it there. If I'm a foreign leader or president of another country or maybe a rival country, I would want Kamala to win because I know I can walk over her and she doesn't know what's going on. I expected so much from her, but I was let down. And I think that she did better when she campaigned against Joe Biden in the debate. This is not her first time debating, so I'm not going to cut her that slack that she's a first-time debater. She really did poorly, and whoever prepped her really didn't do well. And but I'll give her credit for being able to stand to take the punches that she took from Trump. When it comes to policies, she didn't cut it at all. And I don't know. It's disappointing for me. I was expecting far much better.
All right, thank you, the flagship, Mama Echo.
One thing I know is that respect is earned. Respect is earned. So men that think women should respect them without earning it, and they look down on women and they think women should be respecting them, and they don't know they need to earn that respect, I think you have issue that needs to be resolved. Every human being deserves to be respected, whether you are a man or you are a woman. So if you feel you deserve respect from any woman, even from a child, you need to respect them also. So this mindset of men, some men anyway, thinking that they own, a woman own them respect, is wrong. Every human being deserves respect, whether a child or not. When you talk about lashing out on Trump, in between, if you are not biased, Trump also lashed out, and that is part of the debate. As for me, she did well. Those who are scoring 95 to Trump, congratulations. Tomorrow the poll will show whether it's 95 is score or something else. Because if by tomorrow I did not see 95 in the pool, then somebody is lying. And stop lying to my children. Because
on Fox News, I watched on Fox News.
I did not interrupt you. Let me finish. I won't take that from any person this year. If I don't interrupt you, do not interrupt me. This is the respect we are talking about now. You see it? You just display it. I respected you when you were talking.
No, you quoted me wrongly.
Wait.
You quoted me wrongly, so I wanted to correct you.
See? This is
what does that have to do with
respect? When you are done, let me
I said 92, not 95. On Fox.
I did not tell you 95, oh. I said 92. So do not lie in my own face.
Dr. Damages, please, can you rewind it for a second? Just rewind it for a few seconds.
I don't know how to do that, actually.
Let's just go ahead. Can I leave Mama to finish, please?
Thank you, Mama Echo. Thank you so much.
Kene was interrupting. I did not finish my submission.
Okay, finish. Go ahead.
See, Dr. Damaji, I will appreciate one thing from your men panelists. Anyone that I did not interrupt when they are talking, they shouldn't interrupt me. If you have a question for me, allow me to land, and if Dr. Damaji permits you, you ask your question. Because if you are interrupting me and I didn't interrupt you, that is an act of disrespect. So if you are looking for respect, it is end. Let's respect each other. Now you are making me to lose my line of thought on my discussion because you want to prove a point. The ego of a man, he must prove a point. I will take back my time when my head recalls.
Okay, thank you. You guys are funny. I miss this. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I saw an idiot today. So anybody who doesn't like it should just go hug another idiot. On foreign policy, they talked about foreign policy. Donald Trump, he didn't articulate nothing. He was just saying he's gonna make a call. That's not the way the world works. We know about his foreign policy, writing love letters to dictators. He went to what's his name? North Korea. While he was there, North Korea, when he came back, North Korea was still testing weapons. He never stopped. Nothing was achieved. He just did all those travel for nothing. Nothing was achieved. Still on foreign policy, in Afghanistan, like we make all this noise because I understand the withdrawal was faulty, but let's get the facts straight. Kamala provided it. Trump made a good negotiation. He negotiated with Taliban, the terrorists first, instead of negotiating with the government or inclusive, with other, allies who went to Afghanistan with them. He just went to terrorists and negotiated with them. And while he was there, to give you this, under Trump, Taliban killed 61 Americans. 61 Americans they killed under Trump. Under Biden, people that died were the 13 people that died on, when they were withdrawing. So continue on foreign policy. America, like when they went to all the wars they went to, all the foreign wars, like Iraq war, that's the Gulf War, the Second Iraq War, whatever, the Afghanistan, whatever. They had the allies, the World War, the two World Wars. They went with the allies and they won. And then, but Trump, what he wants to do is to suck up to dictators, because he wants to be a dictator. I don't know. He didn't articulate any foreign policy today, except that he will end this. How will you end it? He doesn't tell us. On immigration, just like Kamala stated, they have a bipartisan immigration bill they got ready. Trump, because he wanted to run on it, that the border is broken, and that he said he's gonna fix it. He called the people in Congress and they thwarted it. But let's listen to him when he told us that he's gonna build a wall and Mexico will pay for it. And the people like you bought it and Mexico has paid for it already. I haven't finished. Economy. He said on economy, what is he going to do? He has no plan. He didn't articulate. Just if maybe I wasn't listening, just tell me what he articulated on economy. What he's going to do economy under Biden, the Chip Act. The U.S. companies, they are producing chips now. The vehicle makers are in Ohio. This big semiconductor company, Foxconn, they are in U.S. So what are you talking about? Kamala is going to bid on that and bid on new economy. We have solar and renewable energy. Under healthcare, what is Trump going to do? I have an idea of a plan. He doesn't have any plan. Kamala has told us, like Flagship said, he doesn't have any plan on healthcare. They have she said that they're going to expand Obamacare, and he's going to provide a prescription for seniors that they're going to negotiate with drug manufacturers so that it will come down more. So what else do you want to have today about economy? Did you hear anyone from Trump? No. On democracy, she said she didn't say it, but we know that if they lose the election, they will concede that they lost. But Trump has told you repeatedly, that he will not acknowledge, if he lose the election, that the country will be in uproar. So what else? I don't know. People that say she doesn't have policy. What else do you want to? Okay, tell me, Flagship. Tell me what you wanted to hear. You didn't hear.
All right, thank you, Okija.
I want to sleep. If you allow me, I drop my last line, then I go and sleep because this is I'm not.
Okay.
I do not live in New York. Neither do I live in Atlanta or Georgia. Or Maryland.
Yeah, hold on, SCM. Let me hear Mama Echo 1 minute, and then I'll come to.
Garcia, my hand was up, and your hand was not up. So we need to respect each other. Mm-hmm. And you see, she did well. Every other point you guys notice is good. She's going to improve on it. So your observation is welcome with all her heart. And she's a strong woman. That is not how she talked to her husband in the bedroom, except you are there with her in the bedroom when she was talking to her husband like that. So if you are not there and you are making an assumption and presenting it as a fact, you are sending a wrong message to my children. Stop sending wrong messages to my children. Give them the right message, because for them to have a better Nigeria, we must stop sending the wrong messages, because they will come back and listen to them. And for all the women out there, congratulations. We are moving forward. For those who are angry that a woman is coming over to say a woman will become president of America and the ego of a man will not accept it, congratulations. Because when it happens, you will still take it. Anyway, on a lighter note, we are going to take over soon. Congratulations to us.
All right. Thank you, Mama Icho.
Okay, please.
What is that other lady's name? The one that contested against Trump last time. What is her name? The one that her husband was caught in a scandal. What is her name again? Please, somebody remind me.
Hillary.
Hillary is better of a candidate than this clown that we have, that call herself Harry Kamala. I swear Hillary was better.
You see, sometimes the optics is better than the reality. The economy under Trump, first time he came, was far better than what Biden built with Kamala. So Trump was trying to refer to when he was there. Look at the economy then. He's going to repeat it again. That's a fact. That's a fact. As for foreign policy and defense, Kamala is nowhere. I don't think the Israelis, the Jews, will be happy with her performance. Under Kamala, he has no clout to rein in on what happens in the Middle East. In fact, the American foreign policy begins and ends with the Middle East. That's I know for sure because I read about it. So Trump is better placed to defend the America as a global leader. Kamala is just disappointing. She did not deploy the skill of a prosecutor in terms of debate. Lawyers are known for debate. Professor Michael Zekome will do better than Kamala. They will demolish every logic. You see the way they present it. But Kamala was talking like I don't know. It's disappointing. She's not fit on the evidence I've seen this night to be commander-in-chief. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, KJ, for joining us. Hold on, guys. I just got a breaking news. Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris. So Austin, welcome.
Sorry, who is Taylor Swift? We don't know who is.
Oh. Just one person, one vote.
Ask your children.
Thank you.
One vote.
Thank you so much.
Wait, let's hear from Austin.
Kamala Harris.
Hold on.
Why wouldn't she endorse her when she's married to a cat?
Thank you so much. The debate was quite interesting. But there's something I just want to respond to our feedbacks. I so much like when people come back to you when you do exactly what they do, like what Flagship did. This is the first time I watched Trump succumbing to a debate. This is the first time I saw Trump being intimidated because Kamala used exactly his tactics of intimidating the other person. So when you say that he was making gestures and he was reacting that way, or he was emotional, he only did that to calm Trump down, and she succeeded perfectly on that. CM, please, when we talk about economy, let us learn how the government economy works. What Trump enjoyed his first 2 years was Obama's economy. It is Biden is the one that suffered Trump's economy. Now, Biden is setting his own economy. If you know what labor market was 2 years before Trump left, you won't be saying what you're saying. The worst thing that will happen to
that case, Biden enjoyed Trump's economy.
Oh no, the first 2 years in America is just trying to stabilize now. The first two years was something else. That is how the economy was. Buhari was understood for the first 2 years because he enjoyed Goodluck's economy. Now you see that Tinubu is suffering part of Buhari's economy. So economy is, you set it and it begins to work. So it's not what you just plant immediately. It's not like maize. You plant immediately and you get it immediately. So let us try to understand these policies and see how it works. For those who live in America and work in America, especially foreigners
will make you to understand that with Trump, you are going to classify, you are going to systematize racism to the highest heavens. But with Biden and his policies, is going to be mild. Well, it might be depending on the state where you live and depending on the kind of job you do.
You see, to be honest with you, Augustine, just a one line.
Yeah, let me weigh in, please. I've waited for a long time, please.
Please, can I, if you can, because I want to see, Augustine, what you said about the economy, to be honest with you, it makes no meaning. You've said so many words, but it's not convincing. There's no logic to what you said about the economy at all. It's like what Kamara is just saying. People that economy is measured by the welfare of the people it affects. If they say the economy is hitting them hard, whatever grammar you are speaking doesn't matter. But an average American tells you, I can fill my tank with a gas that costs less under Trump than under Biden. You don't need to tell me about the economy. Economy is what you feel.
How did we get there? How did we get there?
Listen. That is the essence of economy, is for the people to benefit from it. Any grammar you are speaking, all this, you build it for 20 years. And if it takes you 20 years to learn madness, how many years will you use to practice it? If you take 20 years to learn madness, how many years will you be alive to practice it? I leave you with that. Good night.
Again, let me come in, please. Dr. Venegis, let me come in. You've been muting me for a long time. Let me come in, please.
Can I 2 minutes?
Augustine, please, from what you just stated now, you just proved to us that you have no understanding of what the United States economy is all about. See, if you are claiming that Trump, per your assumption now, that Trump enjoyed Obama's economy, whatever, right? For 8 good years, Obama was in power. Obama could not show us what his plans or what his input, the result of his input in building the economy, where we could not see it. We only saw that in Trump's administration. Now, Trump left office, right? And you are now claiming that Biden built the economy. By your own understanding of the economy, if Trump enjoyed Obama's economy, it then means that Biden is enjoying Trump's economy. How is it difficult for you to understand that during there was a pandemic that happened in 2020, in 2020, there was a global economic meltdown. Prior to that COVID, the economy of this country was the best so far. The COVID happened, the economy was destroyed, people left their jobs. When Biden came in, people returned back to their jobs. So Biden did not create any job opportunity. It was just simply people coming back to their job. And you are here telling us that Trump enjoyed Biden's economy, Obama's economy. How? Are we that clownish? Are we that stupid that we don't know what is going on in this country? Talking about where you live, I've traversed every corner of this country. Nobody will tell me anything in your own state, in Florida. You can't tell me anything about Florida. I know Florida front and back. My nature of business or my nature of transaction.
You gave me 2 minutes. Let me just.
Yes, I'm not done yet. You're talking about healthcare, for example. If you have what they call it, if you are self-employed, for example, please go and call healthcare insurance companies for them to tell you how much you're going to be paying monthly for your healthcare. The only people that are not feeling the heat of this healthcare, and I will tell you for free, are those that are either working or those that got their healthcare coverage from their jobs. Even at that, the ones they pay is even much. So this healthcare, affordable healthcare, is just a criminal way of extorting money from people and compensating the insurance companies. And at the end of the day, what you get? Nothing. If you are sick right now, you can't rapidly go to the hospital. If you dare go, please check how much you'll be charged as emergency. Check it.
All right.
People are suffering, and you guys are here applauding criminals that compensate their donors.
Thank you.
When these people are campaigning for election, all these insurance companies give them money. So they go in, then they compensate the insurance company. We are wiser than this, man.
So
we know that.
What is Trump going to do about it? So what is Trump going to do about it?
Okay, thank you. Let me go to I want to go to KJ. KJ, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Hey, you want to shut my
no, you can't leave us in the house of KJ.
You want to shut my mouth. You want to shut my mouth. Let me talk before you go.
Yeah.
Now, look, listen, Okija. I'm surprised they're asking what is Trump's foreign policy. Camp David Accord was done under Trump. He was the first of nine presidents of America was not able to resettle Israel in their capital, Jerusalem. It was Trump that relocated.
Repeat that. Return Israel to their capital. Say it again. Return Israel to their capital.
Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
No, Israel, the capital is still Tel Aviv. The U.S. embassy was moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So stop lying like Trump.
Okay, it was him who moved U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Wait now, you see, this is the problem with you Democrats. You don't allow people to talk, and only your voice is what you like to hear. You don't want to wait and listen and listen for reason. Once you say something, is only you.
Give us the impact.
Excuse me, Mr. Okita. Is it not surprising to you that only one side they lie? Every time it's only thing that lie. The other side don't lie. The other person don't lie. I don't lie.
You are telling us about Jerusalem.
That's the problem. You see,
just tell us the benefit.
Dr. Damages, let me tell you where this world is going to be actually spoiled. You see, once you stop to hear divergent views, and unfortunately, I grew up in a house where my father would want to hear your opinion, whether it's different from his or not. Once you come to a place where people do not want to hear another view that is different from theirs, that is the end of the society. That's the end of society. You see, let me tell you, let me even go deeper. The Bible puts it this way. He said God wants what? A huge stone. When he was for the building of the house of God, he said no stone should be the same. The stones were in different shapes and different sizes. That is how he has created all of us. We reason from this. So don't come with your idea and begin to want to shut me down. Because your idea is peculiar to you. You like it that way. It's okay. I accept your own. Why is that Republicans, those who call themselves Republicans and liberals, can accept your view, but you cannot accept their own? That's a big issue and a big problem. Please. Okay? If you want,
I told you.
Hold on, sir. You've been insulting everybody here.
I corrected you.
Listen.
I corrected you.
Don't correct me. You see, Rudolph, I want to end the other thing. Here. You see, when Trump said that some people were eating people's cats and this thing, and they were laughing, they say that reporter says it's not true. Look at it. I want to play from my phone. See, it's a policeman arresting the woman who ate the cat. This is it.
Why'd you kill the cat? Smile for me.
You think I was dead? Wait, ask that.
Not like this.
Hold on.
Did you eat that cat? What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Smile for me. Smile with you. Not like this. Did you eat that cat? Did you eat it? No, why'd you kill it? Did you guys see all this?
No, we pulled up and she was just laying there with me.
Did you see her eating it?
Eating it.
She was eating it?
Yeah, she was.
You call the Humane Society.
Now, it's video. It's video.
KJ.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying your video is not correct or is correct, but can you verify where the video is from? Because I know that today the police what we call police commissioner, I forgot what they call it in the area where that incident was reported, came out and said there was nothing like that. I want to make sure, this is my own interest. I want to make sure, because there's no video you can find if you want any video about any of these things you hear now. So if I'm reading from credible sources, from newspapers, New York Times, Washington Post, whatever, saying that there was nothing like that. The fact that you are playing a video that I don't know the source, and when they are saying that the police, what's it called now, police commissioner in that area said this never happened. You know, I'm just worried about the source. So it's not,
Okay,
it's not
can
enough.
I answer you? Can I answer you? And I'll answer you with already existing examples that you may know, I may not know.
Yeah.
Now, 50 intelligent heads signed a letter saying that the Hunter Biden's laptop was Russia disinformation. It didn't turn out to be true today. That's one. Two, just they said it was Trump who was getting business from Russia and China. It ended up being that they were the ones making over $3 million from there. Now, there are tons and tons of evidence to show that these people. Now, let's come back to this debate. In this debate, you heard Kamala Harris quoting things that the media has already debunked as not being truth, but she still quoted them. They didn't put back on her. Those media houses are still running those things. Even till today, they've not been able to say that the Russia disinformation, the dosing that they carried Trump and prosecuted him for 3 years was fake, written by an Secret Service agent from Britain, paid by Hillary Clinton. Have they said that? So, see, let me tell you something, Rudolph. Right now, I determine what is right for me and my family. Because everything we have learned now has become lies. Truth. Even if I want to go and buy food, if you like, put the label organic, until I bring out my phone, check it properly, I won't buy. That's how I'm living my life now.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, I was just going to add that the Abrahamic Accord that Trump did enact when he was president did make Jerusalem the capital of Israel, not Tel Aviv. I just wanted to mention that.
Oh God, Jesus!
Wait, Flagship. Are you saying that Trump was the one that decided that Jerusalem is now?
No, he didn't decide, but when it was entered into, it did shift the capital of Jerusalem from Tel Aviv.
So who agreed to that? Israel did. Where is Netanyahu now? Where is he? Where is his office?
Well, on the Israelis' website right now, you can look it up.
No. Where is his office? Where the protests have been seen? Everything I've been seeing about the government of Israel is Tel Aviv. So how?
Well, yeah, they do protest in Tel Aviv, but officially.
But that's where their capital is. That's where the lawmakers are. They are not in Jerusalem. So why?
Right, but from what I read,
it
is Jerusalem, although
nobody is there.
Their
Prime Minister is not there.
Officials are still in Tel Aviv.
No, hold on. The Supreme Court is not there. The Prime Minister is not there. Nobody is there. How is that the capital?
Well, I don't know why it has not moved.
Hold on. Prof, you're being funny now. When Nigeria declared Abuja capital, who was there? There was nobody there. Those things were not there. It took us some time to build it. Everything was still operating. In fact, some things are still operating in Lagos today. Embassies refused to move to Abuja. They were forced by a decree to move to Abuja. So
that's what's happening in Israel. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, I said Israel the capital. Okija told me that I'm lying. So let him tell me how I'm lying now. He has not said so.
All right. Let me just say my last word.
So can I?
Oh, okay. Austin, go ahead.
So thank you so much, Flagship. Thank you. There's something we do here that personally, we don't just talk. We listen, get people's facts and say what people are saying before you reply. Ekene did not even hear what I said. I said that effect of economy takes at least 2 years. That's what I said. For it to materialize. That was my position. So, and KJ, the question Dr. Rudolph asked you, which you went the other way. The question he asked you was, how did you verify that information? The answer for me is just like somebody saying today, a Nigerian couple got to the embassy and the lady tore the husband's passport. I have a video of that, but is that the real story? You have so many versions. Some people are telling you that was just a scheme. This you're listening to, this that you played now might be a skit. But the question is, does this go to presidential debate? How do you feel? And you know that how the world is. You are an immigrant. With this, you are a pet eater. That's what it means. And that's how you will be perceived. Because if this have moved to the federal debate, how do you defend yourself?
Okay, let me answer your question. No, let me answer before you go, please. You see, Austin, tell the truth. You know, sometimes when I'm driving along and I see these antelopes and deer that they knock down, I used to fight for them. I say, look at pepper soup wasting away in this place. So now, but coming back to what you said, yes, the video I may not be able to verify it, even though I can see a police car here in front of it, them asking them questions about the woman and telling her, you know, what happened to the car. I may not be able to verify it. And the same thing also, a lot of videos on the internet, you may not be able to verify it. My only pain is that it's only when it has to do with, if the video about Trump, then it is true. When it's a video about other people, it's not verifiable, it's not true, it's a skit and all that. I'm saying what is good for the geese is good for the gander. I'm neither here nor there. I'm at the center. I don't have any dog in the fight. I'm just being somebody who's interested in world politics, and I take my time to research. That's all. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I don't even have. What's my business? That's it.
Now, lady guys.
All right. Thank you.
Are they?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. It's about the debate, Abi. About us. Go on.
About smoking. What were we talking about?
In that case, I mean, I think presidential debate now in a media festival, so it's good for the media to run with, and I think this one live up to expectation. But I think what I noticed here, I think this is pretty much like 3-in-1. 3-in-1. Both the host ability they call them, we're pretty much reinforcing question that is asked to Donald Trump. They are pretty much trying to reinforce it by asking Kamala Harris, what does she think? In that, not literally like that, but that's how it come across. And if you can tell that even Kamala Harris play well into the media, and it comes to her naturally, maybe because of a natural disposition as a woman. What do I mean by that? You could tell all her facial expression when Donald Trump is speaking. All those is for memes, is for Twitter, is for Gen Zs to run with. And I will not be surprised by tomorrow, that's all you're going to be seeing on the internet, right? How she was, using her expression. And we the Black community, we know ourselves. Every special expression has a meaning, right? Even if I don't know, they will tell you what it mean. If one eyelash it, wiggle, they'll say so. And I think she played through that very well. So tomorrow media is going to be dominated by that. But one has to also give it to Trump, right? I mean, I don't know if people catch that when Trump say she sounds like a mega, and I think I'll have to send her a mega art. Or I wanted to send her a mega art. At the point when he said that Biden always spent all this time at the beach. But the issue that we decided to turn to our own, where immigrants they eat dog, that's a media stunt, right? So, and you can see how it catch fire here, and it's going to continue for a couple of days. But the center point of that is immigration, right? If you look at from the beginning to the end, any question where you ask Trump, you actually want to bring it to that word immigration, because whether I like it or not, Kamala Harris was in charge of that border for over 3 years. That's what Trump was trying to do. So no matter how you talk about immigration, people eating cat or dog, you cannot omit immigration. So that's exactly what the Trump team actually focus on. However you want to talk about the debate, immigration will come from beginning, middle to the end. So from that angle, I think I will give it to Trump. Whether not lie or not true, is by the side. Yeah, as I said before, now we they pay attention to policy. Policy is determined by the rich. No be all this clan waiting in front of our TV. But for the optics, I think it's go well for Democrats. After all, the hype that came from what's it called? Biden dropping out, the surprise of Kamala Harris, the shenanigan and all those media performance at the convention has to continue. And I think tonight live up to that expectation. This debate will be talked about for the next 1 or 2 weeks until maybe that autopass or surprise hits every one of us. But as I'm concerned, it's for the media, and I think the media is the winner here.
All right, thank you. Let me just say that my personal view was that I think Harris did well. She held her own. I think Trump did what Trump always does. At a point, he was sounding nothing different from his campaign speeches. What I'm worried about is, and I haven't figured out how to assess our people, we, especially Nigerians, who, if we turn this around now and we replace Harris with anybody else and replace Trump with Tinubu, the whole people will move sides. And I don't yet understand how, but I think it's a good thing because I think people are different. I know, Ken, I know you are. I'm going to prove this one day before the next 2 weeks. I'll prove what I'm trying to say. I think that people are different. People hold very close to themselves what is important to them. For me, the issue of economy and energy and immigration and all these things are important. But what is more important to me, and I've come to respect other people for their own views, what is important to me is that I will not want somebody like Trump I saw an ad to drive a bus that is taking my son to school, to run my company, to even to sit on the same chair with me in a church. I don't think I'm talking about in terms of democracy, in terms of what we want in
Rudolph, can I interject?
that's my personal view. Hold on, let me finish. That's my personal view. But I've come to respect people. I feel like I should apologize to people who actually supported Tinubu and supported Buhari because they have their views. They have something that made them do that. I really feel that if knowing everything you know about Trump, even in terms of democracy and his role, how he played his role during the 4 years he was in power, why would I want someone like that to come back and run this country? I don't have a TV at home here. There's no TV since Biden became president. I can't do that when Trump is president. I have to be tuned in. There's no peace of mind. I don't think I want that to happen again. But if people want that, I tell my students, I said to them, I have lived under a dictator. I can survive Trump. I don't know about you. But it's okay. I understand that people are different. I'm different from you. You are different. I know what's important to you. It's important to you. What's important to me is really that I need a structured. I'm not saying that any of these parts, any of these whether they're Democrats or Republicans, that they don't lie or that they don't cheat or that they don't do all these things we know. But the degree of disorder under Trump is something I don't want to live under that for another 4 years. But if that's what Americans want, I've seen Buhari, I've seen Abacha, and I've seen all those. We do it. But anyway, on that note, I just want to say thank you guys for joining me today. KJ, Kene, Flagship, Okija, Augustine, and Mama Icho. I will hand it over to KJ. You guys can continue. We'll see you on Saturday. And on Sunday, 90 Minutes Africa is coming back. So we have a special guest and we have a big announcement on Sunday. So until then, KJ, over to you.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you so much. Dr. Rudolph is trying to put a leash on my head now so that I cannot be able to express myself.
I love this.
Because I have a position in this, and I say that with every sense of responsibility. And I see someone saying that I'm trying to lose my respect. My brother, whoever that person is on the commentary section, please let the respect go. I'm not doing anything with the respect. Okay, if the respect is that I will not be able to take a position on an issue, please let it go. You understand? But if you are going to pay me money for the respect, then you can tell me I will shut up my mouth. But as long as you don't give me any dollar to eat, please allow me to express myself. Okay. Now, what Dr. Rudolph said is very true. The thing we fail sometimes to understand and hold on to is that people have opinions. They are shades of gray. You like it, you don't like it. There are shades of gray. Not everything is not black and white. There is gray. And people are in that position. Unlike someone like me, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day who is an American. And I want to just end my view that I can moderate. I don't want to say anything after that. And she said, you guys, you Africans, when you come, you don't even understand our politics. I said, madam, your politics, I did politics in my degrees. I did politics. Okay. I did political science. All right. As a electives. In fact, I took it beyond that point. So we understand some. You see, they see us as people who don't understand their politics. No, we understand. We read it. We even wrote exams on it. So we know what your politics is all about. So when you come up and say this person doesn't know what he's saying, he's just here. No. We're not just here. We read your books. Now I've concluded that your books are not even correct. They are lies. Okay, because some of the things we have seen now. Was anybody ever landed in the moon? If they ever did moon landing, Apollo 11, tell me who took the pictures. Since only 2 people went to the moon, who snapped the pictures? Who sent it down? How did they transmit it? Because at that time there was no transmitter that could have traveled from the moon to the earth. So, my brother, I'm not going to leave that thing. We don't read and forget. I'm going to put them aside. Now, on this debate, my only challenge with Democrats is that only Republicans lie. Any other thing, any Republican, any Democrat said is true. It's the gospel truth. It just came down from heaven. Look, don't we know this lady? This is a lady who refused to release a black guy who the court said he was free. She refused to release the guy. The guy was on death row until she was, forced to sign it. Okay. So what are we saying? We know the record. Is it because let me say this? If not because people like Tosi Gabriel, if you follow Tosi Gabriel, she said no matter what she does, don't attack her because the media is waiting for you to say something about this woman, and they will take it and say, like they said about J.D. Vance, that he said women who use cats as children. So all I'm saying is, when you have the media queued against you, and that's what I want to tell Rudolph before he left. When you have a media queued against you, if you like, the angel drop from sky and just come to earth yesterday, they will find a way to make sure that you are not liked. And all the media houses for more than 6 years have been on this guy's case. If he cough, then go say cough. He hug his daughter, they say he was sleeping his daughter. But the one when they sleep with him, picking, we're not sure. Don't when the diaries talk say in Papa they baffle time. No sure, no grip on hide them. The person when
KJ, I know you are the moderator. You just
hold on. When I finish, you say have your turn. No. Hold on. So I don't have to cut you off.
I'm gonna leave if you continue like that.
No, you can leave. No. If you want to leave, you can leave. You are saying your own. I don't stop you. Let me say my own. No, my own. Now lie. Now lie, my brother. You lie. Yes, you can leave. The truth, you see, sometimes because you see, there are sometimes that gentlemen know they walk. So you just have to also take it up. If you when we are grown up, there's one song Kenny Rogers would listen to. There's a time to fight. There's a time to run. Not to fight. He said, you understand the coward of the county. So, but when you talk to liberals and people who don't care, they keep quiet. It doesn't mean that only you sabi how to shout. So let's face this fact. All right, I'll give you guys opportunity. Can I please fire?
Yes, thank you. I would like to touch what Dr. Damages said. He says that the degree of chaos or uncertainty during Trump is something that he could not bear. But Dr. Damages has forgotten that those unrest during Trump's administration was funded by the Democrats to destabilize his government. This is exactly what happened during Goodluck Jonathan, when the APC were funding all manner of protests and civil unrest in that country to making sure that they pull the government of Goodluck Jonathan down. Exactly what happened during Trump. So I don't know where and how we actually articulate this politics in this country. Somebody was talking about how Trump wasn't able to answer questions regarding health care. And this is my field, and I hold that aspect of economy very, very dear to heart, because you see where people that actually labored, worked, and paid taxes in this country, that are self-employed, they run businesses, they pay huge amount of taxes to the government. At the end of the day, they will not be able to afford healthcare in this country under the so-called Obamacare. But people that do nothing, people that sit at home, government will give them paycheck to buy cigarettes, buy even government send them drugs to take. At the end of the day, they will have free healthcare in this country. Not that there is no job for them to go and do, they just refuse to work. And I'm not judging anyone, but the fact still remains that the people that actually work and pay taxes in this country are not benefiting anything from this country, while the people that choose to live a reckless life, got themselves impregnated by all manner of men, left, right, and center, are enjoying free health care. And this lady that calls herself a VP is actually canvassing to making sure that they have free abortion medicine all the time, using the taxpayers' money to fund abortion. I personally, morally, I don't believe in abortion unless if it is medically necessary for you to do that abortion. If it's not medically necessary, what you are doing is killing an innocent life. Because if you are saying that women have right to their body, what about the child? Does the child that is being killed at 7, 8 months, 9 months old, does that child have a right to live? This is one thing we should ask ourselves, especially the so-called religious person. If you're a Christian, if you're a Muslim, and you are supporting the killing of innocent child that has nothing to do with medical reasons, then you have to question your belief in God. If you are here and you call yourself a Christian or a Muslim or traditional believer, and you are supporting laws or way of life that goes against God's wish for mankind, which is man sleeping with his fellow man or woman sleeping with a fellow woman, and actually putting it into law that man can marry his fellow man, woman can marry her fellow woman, then you have to question your belief in God. If you are here supporting this government that supports a human being getting married to animal, they've started pushing the agenda of human being getting married to animal, then you have to question yourself. You have to question your belief in God. See, I am not one person that compromise my belief in God or my morals. But I've seen so far, from all indication, that a lot of us, we don't have moral character. We just, bend to wherever we think it will favor us, it favor our pocket. You are here supporting a government that has ruled this country or governed this country for past 8 years, for 8 years, 4 years, too, that's 8 years. They could not fix the economy of this country. And a man came in, just within 4 years, he was able to turn around the economy. And you are here trying to lie to us. Do you think we are children that you are here trying to lie to us that Trump is just benefiting from the hard work of Obama? Who is Obama? What has he done? What did he do for this country? Nothing. Trump turned around the economy of this country. You refused to give him that credit. COVID came and destabilized the country, not only United States, the entire world. Now, and then Biden came in. Throughout the 4 years of Biden, what has he done to turn around that economy? Since he was expert during Obama, he was the VP during Obama, and they were able to turn around the economy according to you. So why is he not able to fix the economy? Why is Kamala Harris, that is the vice president, not able to fix the economy. It is now that she wants to buy you as cheap votes so that she will be able to fix the economy. Economy that she could not fix throughout the 3+ years that she has been the VP. What has she done to protect the people of this country? What has she done to protect the border? Nothing. Of all the assignment that was given to her, which of this assignment has she achieved up to 30%? And you are here clownishly supporting her. Good luck with you guys, man.
Thank you so much. Yes, the flagship. Sorry, Mama Hecho, I'm coming to you.
Well, yeah, again, my expectations actually was to see what the mindset of both candidates are for America as a country. Of course, that's where they are running for office for. And by virtue of that, they automatically are also running for an office that governs the world right now. America is the leader of the world, so to say. So I expected them to talk seriously on issues that relate and govern and matter to the people of America and the rest of the world. The one part that I got disappointed mostly on, I don't blame both candidates, is the interviewers or the moderators, is that they never said anything when it came to foreign policy. Africa was not mentioned at all. The focus was on Israel, the war in Israel, and the war in Ukraine. And yes, it was a biased debate, and we all saw that. And the questions that were thrown at one candidate are very direct. And it seemed like they are trying to look for a loophole to find something to nail on the candidate. But again, I give both of them kudos. It takes a lot to come out and stand in front of that camera and have the rest of the world watch you talk about what you want to do for America and the rest of the world. It takes a lot of gut. But again, male or female, it doesn't matter. You're fighting for a seat that everybody in the world looks at. So when they deal with the US, they do not care if you're a male or female. Every country fights for their own benefit and what looks good for them. In reference to the points that were made when it comes to economy, foreign policy, military might, and so on and so forth, I think that they could have done better. I'll give it to Trump. Yeah, he came with a punch, and he punched really hard. But like I said in the beginning, whoever prepped Kamala, they need to do away. What I mean is fire that person, because they taught her to evade questions for all the questions that were asked. And I know Trump did do the same, but the majority of the questions that were asked directly at Kamala Harris, she evaded about 70 to 80% of them and talked about what really didn't matter. Trump did the same thing, but a minimal amount of the time. Here's what matters to me. I guess I'll call this my bottom line. Whoever is able to get this country together, get the economy together, get the people to be busy, make life easy for the people, and make America lead in the world, because as it stands right now, it is the only country that has the sanity to lead in the world. Whoever can do that should be the one that gets in. I don't believe in emotions when it comes to things of this nature. I don't believe in favoritism or sexism. None of that matters. If you have the tact and the ability, the know-how, the knowledge on how to run this office and deal with the rest of the world and this country, then you should walk in there and rightfully take the place, but not on these cheap shots that were talking to each other about personal lives and things that, in my opinion, doesn't really count, because you are coming to rule the country. Whatever you do in your private life, it's not what is going to apply. This country is governed by laws, and they have to be followed. And in closing, politicians talk. That's why they are called politicians. They are made to say what you want to hear. But when they get in office, they do what the law allows them to do. A lot of the I will that they say, when they get there, there are laws that hold them bound, that they can't just jump and do these things. So you have to listen and listen closely to who speaks, at least a greater percentage, to what your ideals are, or what your ideology is. And if you align with them, then vote for them. If it doesn't align with you, choose a better or the other candidate. If you don't feel satisfied with both of them, you can vote for yourself. At least this country allows you to do that. So let's not fight ourselves over these guys. They are politicians. When they get out of the camera and lights, they drink coffee together. We cannot kill ourselves over what they say and do not say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that is a very good, submission. The Reverend Austin, sir.
Sorry, Flagship, just to get your point, you said, can one vote for both candidates?
No, you cannot vote for both. If you do not like either of both candidates or any candidate in the ballot, you can vote for yourself.
Oh, that's a good one to hear. So thank you. I just want to be straight to you. When someone makes submission, if it is different from you, he doesn't make you an enemy. So trying to question my morality in public is very, very uncommon, because
I did not question your morality. I say whomever that is supporting. No, I did not call you Austin. I said whomever.
Sorry.
No, I did not.
Quiet. Just listen. You can come back.
Now my turn to talk.
But do not just say what I did not say, and you expect me to keep quiet and absorb that.
No, I
did not mention your name or call you personally.
You said if you come here and say the economy, I'm the only one that spoke about the economy changing.
No, you are not the only one that talk about economy.
Who else did?
We have a lot of people on the comment section that spoke about economy. We have a lot of people on this panel that spoke about economy. I also spoke about economy.
The one that said 2 years that you used the same
okay,
word.
now why are you feeling guilty when I didn't actually call your name? I didn't mention your name. I just say whomever.
You call your name. So can I let him talk now? Let him talk.
But if you're feeling guilty, that is fine. That means you are guilty then.
Let him give his view, and then we can always come back to you.
Thank you so much. So I just want to tell you that I can't run that track with you. What I know is I have a position, and my position is this. I love a politics. I love a place where a big brother exists. When Trump was the president, there was something I told my classmate in one of the. I said, if you look at Europe, if you look at other nations, what Trump is telling you people is you can do without America. And many European countries started forming serious blocs not to listen to America. So I said, this that is giving you joy that Trump is powerful. If other nations succeed in learning to do without you guys, it will be the worst of America. That was my position about what Trump. So when Trump talks about other nations and insults them, it is so good. For me, I love when he insults Africa. He's teaching Africa to go home and become powerful on their own. So if it's from that point that anyone is supporting Trump, that is good. But when you come to toxic living, Trump is a very toxic person. And he brought toxicity in this nation to the point that things that were slowly going off, he resurrected them, and people started in many ways fighting. Racism became something that you could not longer condone with, because he became famous with division. He became famous with contradictions. So I'm saying this from my own point. I am not voting any of them. And when you talk about policies, when I talked about Trump, I thought about economy. So when you begin to say things the other way, it's not how things work. People give their opinion And there is no general, if I can conform with a political party in generality, that something is fundamental, not working right with me. There are so many things you take out, and there are so many things you don't work with. So there are things in both in Democrats and Republicans. I don't even know the difference. There are things in both of them that I don't agree with, but there are things in both of them that I also agree with. So let us always try to talk about issues as they come. That I'm having a different view from yours does not in any way mean that I'm more American or more Nigerian than you. I'm only having my view. So when you paint people that says against you, challenging their morality and speaking against them that way is not the best way to have a public conversation like this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Mama Hecho.
Come on, no get moral.
No, now she there before you now, bros.
I just dey talk say me no get moral. I poor man no dey get moral. So more na know how now they do this thing.
Mama Hejo.
Poverty is all about money. Some people are poor in the heart, conscience, brain, they are poor.
You are talking about some people. I'm talking about myself. Waiting because I'm some people.
I bet. Hold on.
I don't get moral. I don't get moral because I know.
Hold on, Ovie. Hold on. Hold on.
Mama.
I will appreciate no one interrupts me again.
Voila.
Kenna, if I come hard with you with my response to respect, I'm sorry. Then when we look at the abortion, we talked about abortion and we carry it on head as if every day they are not doing abortion. Since they have not passed it into law now, they are not doing it at all. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. She didn't say a child that is normal, they should pass a bill so that such a child should be aborted at 9 months. Who does abortion at 9 months? Why are we lying? Let's be sincere here. The truth is this. The area they are coming from, as a woman, I understand. Working in the system, you just realize that some children are not even supposed to be left to come into this world. Do you know the population of the disabled? That from the day they are born to the day they payment, they don't contribute a dime to the system, but rather they consume on the system. I mean, from the day they came into this world. Did they discover they were disabled in the womb? Of course. Does the parent would have preferred to let go? Of course. But there's nothing to support them to do so. What about a lady that is brutally forcefully raped and she's pregnant? She remembers the trauma. She doesn't want to keep the baby, but the system forced her to do. And when they come forth, the anger she transfers. And before you know it, this child ends up in the system. Because mom does not love her. So she carry behavior, she ends up in the system. And we spend our money to raise them in the system. If we raise them, we keep them in the system for safety. We don't necessarily raise them. And because they are not raised, and when they are 18, the system says, you know what, we are done. And throughout their period in the system, they likely deprive them from their family. At 18, they let them go. And because they cannot cope with the society, they end up on the street. Before you know it, they are in the prison. They start using your money again to start that cycle. So many things You won't understand if you do not know the system. Then too, who are those who benefit when they are in the system? Some people benefit from it because they have to keep them in the system. They keep them in the system with medication, and who benefit from them being in the system and being in medication? See some of these people, these political elites there. So when you and I pay, you work so hard, they cut your tax, your insurance is not guaranteed. Even when you get a car insurance, at the end of the day, you still have to do co-pay. So the system as a whole was not designed for you and me, that the hard-working Americans to benefit. It's not. It is only designed for those who know the system and they make use of the system. To your surprise, my brother Ekene, you even paid more tax than your so-called Donald Trump. There was a year he only paid 900. I forgot the year. He only paid $980. Did you understand? How many times has he filed bankruptcy? What? See, just check your hand, keep and down. The only thing he will come and do is this. He will do Buhari promise the way Tinubu is doing it when he come into office. He's coming into office for revenge, if you don't know. If he come into office, everything that Democrat has done, he will reverse everything. So he's on revenge mission. Say today, just do like a person who not get sense. He quiet. He not do raga. Hey, no problem. If you don't like, make una vote him. After us, we enjoy Buhari promise for her. So if we go get her for here, double wahala for us, and we go survive.
Okay, thank you, man. And I think I gave you enough time to express yourself. God bless you. Yes, I just want to, before I come to Ovia, I just want to call out something on this issue of, so that I can put it to rest, this issue of abortion. In the United States, you have states that is nearly total ban. You have states that is up to 6 weeks. They have some that are up to 12 weeks. They have some that are up to 15 weeks. They have some that are up to 18 weeks. Then you have some that are up to 26 weeks. Then you have some that are up to 3 semesters. Then you have the one that is no restriction based on gestational duration. In other words, gestational duration is almost time to give the birth, Abi. So, but in that debate, they said Donald Trump was lying. But here, I just read out the state by state statistics on how these things are done. I just want us to keep it in view. I'm not going to talk about that. I just want to bring it to your notice. Ovie, fire, sir.
Yeah, fire. Hey, I know if it quenches fire. Kenny, thank you. Since I'm standing on your moral ground.
No, it's not about finances. Some are, morally bankrupt at heart. In their mind, their brain, they're just, it's not about money.
It's Ovie. It's Ovie.
Yeah, Kenny, thank you for that explanation. And I said I am studying on those grounds. Dr. Damaji said something before he left, right? He talking about moral and all that. He pointed out something in terms of making comparison to Nigerian election, how people they flip-flop, however, and I think that's where I kind of, even though I'm trying to trivialize what Ekene was talking about morality, right? I just hope after we talk finish, every now and then we go back and just listen to us and think. We in diaspora, but tonight, specifically, those of us who live for America. I mean, still based on what Rudolph was trying to point out, the dichotomy between Nigerian and the American, how we they react to these two things. We did here when our current Senate president, Opabio, came back to win his Senate seat. And I think every one of us here was astonished, and it was kind of a big deal, right? The man was supposed to come back. The same thing with Lawal, the former Senate president, when he was supposed to come back, he came back. And I understand, can recall vividly how nothing we no talk, no names we no call, nothing we no talk about Nigerian process and all that thing. When Tinubu was running for campaigning, Greek come interview, Greek talk to people, and I can record everyone how we react. Then when they discover a buy held, blah, 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 the same thing. But how come, especially with the live America, all of a sudden, all these things we forget? Talking about morality that Kene is pointing out. We forget all these things. Knowing that it happen right now in front of us. What am I saying? Which election bring even this Democratic candidate come?
Thank you.
Nobody is asking. The current president is not fit to run for election. Talking about Bola Tinubu's health. None of us is asking who can they run the country. It's not talking to us. Kamala Harris is running for the past how many weeks now? It's not talking to the media. It's the same thing. Where is the morality? So if we want to compare and flip, like Dr. Rudolph wanted to apply, we are guilty. Now we be the problem. Instead of us to tell the Nigerians the realities of how this thing actually is playing out in front of us. No, we they apply emotion. We they say if we get company, we go allow this person run at this. Who is asking question? Who is running America now? In other words, it doesn't matter who become the president. It is no longer a conspiracy or Naigbo I smoke. It's right before us. It's happening. And I'm not talking about story. This is live news, morality. When can they put into a war? We don't lose harm. That's why I say, before the debate, I said, I am waiting for the optics because now waiting will happen to our future is already happening. The whole system was taken over by money and every other thing right in front of us. We know they talk and we will come here. We focus on emotion and morality. We insult ourselves. We live the truth that we are supposed to tell Nigerians. Yes, that is not the way to go. But that is what is happening. That is the only way. And every Nigerian can think and organize, knowing that there is consequences, there is reality. Now, plan accordingly. But we can come here and insult ourselves, use emotional and illusion. What is wrong with us in diaspora, especially in America today? With the fight for Kamala Harris, none of us can explain how she became candidate. But we can accuse Tinubu. Trump has been charged with about 30-something felonies running for president. Tinubu na drug dealer. Now, me and Kene and KJ, everybody with the America here, if we get 1% of what they charge Trump for, me and you go to talk for inside jail if we get luck at all. But he wants to become president. We don't care. Morality. But when it comes to the same thing playing out, we are the problem. We because we are deceiving ourselves, or as Kene said, where is our morality?
Okay, thank you, sir. You made your very good point, and I appreciate that. How did she become a candidate without going through the primaries? And how was she able to secure candidates, the votes, because she was never voted for? But it's a democratic party, and so they are very democratic. But I leave that to those who want to take it up. I see Dr. Okay, so my sister Ify is here, and Mazi Prince from California is also here. Let me go to Ify first before I come to the Californian guy, because I know that he will have something to tell us about Gavin Newsom. So let's hear from Ify first.
Who is that?
It's you now.
Who is Newsom?
The governor of California.
Is there nobody now?
California, so I wouldn't know him.
No, it's not about Bazi Prince, not you. I'm saying for you to.
If you, my sister, forget about them. They always come up with their propaganda and lies. That's what they are known. So just forget about them. They already, you see, he was already judging what I'm gonna say. I never mentioned anything about Newsom right now, but they are all over the place. Yeah.
So what's up? What do you think about the debate?
The debate. Kamala Harris gave it to him big time. Called him up on his line, and it's all about a criminal convict trying to be a president. Okay, he knows that if Kamala Harris gets in, he's going to jail. They're coming for him. He's gonna go to jail. He cannot avoid that. He cannot avoid that. And without missing words, let me just say, everybody is entitled to vote who he wants to vote. I'm not against anybody. But what I would not want us to do is coming here to spill lies. Please, guys, no, don't tell lies. Forget about any, I don't know how, whatever Trump has affected you or whatever it is. To me, he's a criminal and he remains a criminal. He's not a role model, and I don't want him there. Period.
Thank you so much. Everybody has a right. That's why it's called freedom of expression and speech. Oscar, the Blackstones keep publishing for us what CNN debate roll call has become. CNN will not call otherwise. Anyway, he says that Kamala Harris has 63%, while Donald Trump has 37%. In other words, Donald Trump not even passed for the debate itself. What more? Meanwhile, this is same Kamala Harris, who Joe Biden says she can't even win one vote. In fact, he challenged them when they were trying to put him out first. He said, show me one person from the Democratic Party who can beat Donald Trump. Show me one person, one person. Nobody could do that. Eventually, they forced him out. And now, you know, the new invented Kamala Harris has become a superstar all overnight, become so big that.
But that's politics for you anyway. But that's
KJ, could you please stop on that? Please stop.
Please. When I allowed you to talk, let me talk. You had your time, and you still have a time. Now, in the event of things, we are looking at a man, and I'm not, look, Donald Trump is a successful businessman in American standard, whether I like it or not. You people pride him as an American success. Okay? And he has been in the game. I think we know what he has built. We also know Kamala Harris's record. Are you telling me that Kamala Harris's record is better than that of Donald Trump, who will have seen his 4 years of presidency?
KJ, are you gonna moderate? Are you gonna moderate, or are you taking a stand? If you're taking a stand, take a stand.
Let me respond to.
Let me get out of here.
Let me respond to the people that called me out.
You want to get out? If you want to get out, my brother. No be waiting now.
Mama,
now you pay my school fees.
Yes. Let me respond, please. Just a minute, please. I know, KJ, they are trying to provoke you this evening. Just take it easy with them. Take it calm. I know she will leave because she knows she lied here against me. But this is the truth. The truth is that Trump did not bring division in this country. It is Democrats that always bring about division in this country by way of campaigning with, oh, you are black, you are not black. This is the same woman that when she was sworn in as a senator, or I don't know what she was sworn in, I think it's a prosecutor, right? She claimed to be Indian. And today, just to buy cheap vote from the black population, she's now claiming a black. And all this while, for the past two months or thereabout, the only thing that they could sell to the public is that she's black up and down. And it seems that she's black is not selling, and they have nothing to sell anymore. Like Via rightly stated, some of us are here condemning the Nigerian politicians whenever they do dirty business in politics by way of having a candidate that did not go through a proper election, becoming a leader. But here, none of them is able to question how Kamala Harris turn out to become a candidate for the Democrats without being elected, without going through the primary election. And this is where that morality is gone, from our people. Then talking about abortion, let me educate Mama Isho. I don't think you know much about this abortion rights thing in this country. Some countries, some states in this country actually are against abortion right. Some accept abortion right. Like state like California, you can abort as as many as you want to abort. With whose money? Taxpayers' money. So on the street of California, you have homeless people that could not afford shelter, homeless people that could not afford food. They are sleeping on the streets under the rain and under the sun and in the rain. They are sleeping there. The state of California could not provide shelter for them, could not provide food for them, but they are busy doling out money for abortion. If you become pregnant, they give you money, they give you all whatever you need to abort the baby. Nobody is saying that medically, if it is necessary medically for a woman to abort a baby, they should not do that. No person, nobody with common sense will go against that. Nobody will go against a girl being raped to have the right to either kill the baby or take it out. Nobody should go against that. But a normal lifestyle of getting pregnancy, aborting it with taxpayers' money is what people like me say, no, they shouldn't be funding this nonsense with our money. After all, when she was doing the enjoyment, I was not there for, I wasn't the one enjoying with her. So she should fund our own abortion, not with our taxpayers' money. They should use that money instead to go and take care of people on the street that could not afford shelter, that could not afford food. How is that difficult for us to understand? You say that as a woman, you have the right to your body. That is fine. Can we play justice here in a balanced way? You have a husband or a girlfriend that impregnated you. You did not impregnate yourself. And you decide to keep this baby. And when you give birth to this baby, and the husband or the boyfriend refused to take care of this baby, the husband will be held responsible that he must be paying child support, right? But you have this baby, on the other hand, you have this baby, and you decide to abort the baby, and your husband or your boyfriend say, hell no, you don't do that. It is our baby. Then this stupid government that has no common sense will say, no, the man has no right over the baby. It is the woman. The woman will decide if she wants to keep the baby or not. Where is the justice there? All against men. Men are not human beings. Men are animals. And you want me to support that? I would never be against women. God knows. I will never be against men. What I'm saying is, if you want to put up justice, let it be even. Do not let no one side enjoy the justice and other side becomes the victim. That is what I'm saying about abortion.
Yes, Mama Hecho.
My brother, I stand for justice anytime, any day. You are looking into abortion case from your angle.
Can you hear us? Hello, Mama Hecho. Can you hear me? Okay, it's like she's frozen. What's happening?
No, I can hear you. It's from our own end. I can hear you clearly.
Okay, Ovia, are you there? All right, here's my take. While we're waiting for my HO to unfreeze.
Are they here?
Okay. Now, some people are saying that, in fact, to be precise, his name is Oscar the Blackstone or Blackstone. He said, how many times did Donald Trump file for bankruptcy. And the internet says Donald Trump filed for bankruptcy 6 times. But is bankruptcy law is it part of the law of the United States of America? And can anybody use it who desire to use it? Is that a crime?
Are you asking me a question?
No, I'm asking Ovie.
Okay.
Say bankruptcy is a crime.
And that's what I'm asking. Is it a crime to file for bankruptcy? Is it part of the law of the United States?
No. Whether they like it, they are criticizing the billionaire, so it doesn't really matter how many times he bankrupt.
You see, these are the arguments that I find a bit difficult to take. There is a provision in the law, and the law says you can file for it if you have a need for it. All of us, when we are doing our tax returns, we don't carry all our money and go and give to the IRS.
The people saying that should run a business first. Let them understand how business works in this country. They should first of all go and run business. People will sit down and be talking rubbish all the time. They should run a business first, then we can listen to them. Okay. There's somebody that has chains of businesses in this country that pays taxes, employ people that pay taxes to the government, and nobody is giving that accolade. But people that they've never owned a single business in this country all their life, they've been career politicians, reaping from people, using the taxpayers' money to fund their lifestyle. They are not calling them out. He's a successful businessman. Yes, you say successful businessman, and I queue up to say that. Donald Trump is a successful businessman.
Thank you. Okay, Mama Hecho, you are back.
Can I?
You see, because of the land, he's holding Mama issue because.
Okay, so now
they are telling you, touch not the anointed, and you are still insisting.
Let's round up the show. Yes, what's your take finally? Do your overall take in the whole debate. CNN have said that Kamala Harris won by overwhelming defeat of 63 to 37. How did you see it, and what will be your percentage? I'm coming to you, Mama Hecho.
Okay.
Let me talk.
Yeah, this is what I have to say when it comes to CNN.
Hold on. I'll come back to you. Let Mama Hecho talk. Okay. Mama Hecho talk, and then tell us what is your take of the whole debate.
Did you know that this your so-called Donald Trump, he once run a university here that people don't go to school, but they get a degree.
That's not a new thing now. The one that Buhari.
No. Shebi want justify business ideology.
The one when Tinubu go Lebanon school, it is rated among the 10 best universities now. The 10 best universities in America.
I mean, establishing a university that people don't come to class, but they collect certificates.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know about that.
In go school.
You know?
I don't know about that.
But that happened.
It was one of those propagandas.
It's not propaganda.
It's a propaganda. It's a propaganda. Provided he is not, he has not been taken to court or something. It's a propaganda.
It's not a propaganda. This is a case that went to court, and he paid and he settled with money so that he doesn't go to jail. So this is not propaganda. And I will not stand here and live a life of propaganda to deceive my children. I don't pass that one. So when we are talking, we should be talking. See, if I'm not saying your Trump shouldn't win, no, all of us go enjoy. After all, they eat Papa Blue breakfast and lunch all together. But let's call a spade here. When you talk about a criminal immigrant, who are criminal immigrants? Majority of people come here with a tourist visa and student visa. When it expires, they are already illegal. Does that make them criminal? Does it?
Okay, Ma, I don't think those are the people that, let me tell you something. Let me tell you my own experience. I don't think those people are the people that Trump's talking about. Those people who came here and you have a form of identification. They are concerned about people who they don't even know who they are, where they are coming from. Those are the people that they are concerned about. However, hold on, Kenan. what is your own general overview about the interview, so I can start rounding up? What is, you give us your take, because your line is not stable. How do you see the interview? What will be advised for voters out there? Yes, yes, ma'am.
Well, to the voter out there, I want you to listen to the interview. To interview again. Listen keenly and choose your person. I don't round up now. Oga KJ, you froze.
Okay, sorry. Now you freeze, eh? Thank you. All right. Can I? Yes, you also round up. Let's go. You're muted.
Oh, okay. Mama Isho, illegal immigrants are those that came to this country without proper documentation. And I believe when you were coming to this country, you went to the embassy, your fingerprint biometric were taken. And because of that, if you commit any crime in this country and leave your fingerprint there, you can be traced using your fingerprint. There's no hiding place for you. So illegal immigrants that Trump is referring to are those that jump through the border, came to this country undocumented, their fingerprint, their biometric is not taken, and they refuse to even go for the proper documentation. They are in our localities committing crimes. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them are in the societies committing crime, and they will never be traced because their biometrics or their fingerprints cannot be captured. These are the ones that are committing, that Donald Trump is referring to. There are some illegal immigrants in this country that are doing well for themselves, run a business in their normal living without committing crime. If you come to the United States and you are not committing crime, no police will stop you and deport you. None. I've never seen police in this country stop anyone on the street and ask them for their ID. It has never happened. Now, for the election, for the debate in its entirety, we've seen what played out. For CNN, the rating that CNN is giving you is based on the people, the audience that CNN has on their channel. I don't watch CNN. I don't even allow CNN to come up on my TV because they are a bunch of crap. So those people on CNN channel are the ones doing the rating. And who are they? Democrats. What do you expect? The people on Fox are mostly Republicans. And that was why on Fox News, Trump got 92%. Now, if you should ask me for my own rating now, then I can give you my own, and my own should be balanced according to my own opinion. Your own might differ, that is fine. And we have the right to have different opinion. The only thing that we don't have the right to do is because I have a different opinion from yours and you begin to insult me personally. If you do that, you can't tell me how to attack you back, right? So my own opinion, my own assessment and rating, Trump got 70% of this. And this is because Trump has no prior information or prior knowledge of the patient, unlike the VP that we know must have gone through the questions and do all the rehearsing and all that before she came there. Even with that, Trump trumped her down. So for this debate, Trump won, and we asking for other platforms, not only CBS or whatever they call themselves. It's not only them. We ask other platforms to conduct debate. Let them have multiple debates so that we'll see how strong or weak, they are.
Thank you so much. The flagship.
Well, everybody has listened and to the debate and watched both candidates present their facts and opinions on what they will do. Here's what I have to say to everyone, and this is my bottom line. You know what your ideas are, what what ideology you align with. You've listened to both of them. Whichever one speaks to your needs or what concerns you have, make up your mind and vote for that candidate. If you're not satisfied with any of these two, you have the option to vote for yourself. But please do not, because of any politician, make enemies with people you're not supposed to make enemies with. They are politicians. This time of the season, they are meant to say what they are saying now. They are meant to do what they are doing now. When this is all over, they will shake hands. I want you to do the same as well. When this is all over, so you can shake hands with whoever you may have differences with. So put your minds together, read in between the lines, make sure you are satisfied with either candidate if you have one, and make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I guess that will be it for this evening.
Please, again, please, I need your phone number at the backstage. I need to talk to you about.
Okay. I will send it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mama Issue.
Thank you. Have a good night. Okay. Now here is the bottom line. We have watched every debate. We have seen it go down today. Irrespective of which side of the divide you belong, all we think is that America should get the best. I, for one, shudder to think what will happen if tomorrow we wake up and America is no longer a leading power. If there's a power shift in the world, it will affect everybody. Nobody, who can say anything we want to say about America, but we have tested America and we've seen how fair they can be. But you and I don't know how fair any other world power can be. And consequently, we want America to continue to play a leading role. We have also seen the two candidates debate their best today, or probably not their best. However, if you belong to any side of the divide, don't think the other person who is not in your support or supporting the candidate you support is an enemy. He is not an enemy, she's not an enemy. These are politicians who can say anything and any day. You don't even know who is supporting them behind. But I should have some time to think about why abortion has become a leading topic of discussion. You know why? Let us go to that role of the abortion rules and see how many people line up and what are their nationalities. Who are those who have been lined up or encouraged to abort their babies? Now, if you are a Christian like myself, you go read this Bible, you hear what God says about Babylon. God cried after Babylon. Why? Because Babylon was aborting the future of Israel. And he said to them, I will deal with you for this one cause. Am I trying to preach and indoctrinate you with my religious belief? No. I'm simply saying we should take a hard look at our society and ourselves and do the needful, what is best that will give you a good life. Whether Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who I like very much, I mean, I've always rooted for her. But the question is, who will best serve America? That's who we're looking for. And that's who I think you should vote. It's not an emotional display because elections has consequences. And whether you like it or not, we will face the consequence of whichever choice we make. Nigerians some days ago made a choice, and today they are facing the consequence of that action. As you gear up to go, take your time and think again, because whatever action you take, we will all enjoy the consequence of that action. God bless you all, and have a good night. See you on Saturday.